Chapter 2139. In an online game, especially in a PvP situation, this sort of situation was very common. Moreover, only players could kill each other to determine the outcome of the game. Although Gu Nianji was young, she was also a veteran player who had played online games from the age of 12 to the age of 20. Before Hu Xiaoheng could make a move, she had already stabbed the scalpel into the chest of the young man who was using her as a shield behind her. Then, she reached out with her left hand and grabbed the man's chest. With a shoulder throw, she pulled the young man in front of her and used him as a shield. Almost instantly, the police gunshots rang out and all hit the young man's head. Soon, the young man's body turned gray, and then there was a puff of green smoke. He disappeared. This was a failure to clear the game and was kicked out by the system. Gu Nianji clapped her hands and got up from the ground. She picked up her scalpel and looked at it. She pouted and said, "The scene here isn't realistic. My scalpel didn't even see blood." Hu Xiaoheng quickly pulled her up and turned around with his back facing the two police officers in front of the ward. He said in a low voice, "Aren't you afraid that the police over there will shoot immediately?" Gu Nianji shook her head with a smile. "Those are two NPCs. They were set by that person just now. They will only attack him and not us players." Unless she also set two police officers as her opponents, the two NPC police officers would continue to chase after her. Hu Xiaoheng understood and found it very novel. He turned around and carefully looked at the two NPC police officers. "Let's go back and analyze it." Gu Nianji refused. Her eyes darted around as she said, "Let's wait a little longer and see if that young man still comes." At this moment, Sui Qinghong was panting in his dormitory. He had been stabbed in the chest and shot a few more times in the head. He was dizzy from the beating. Although there were no actual injuries, the unexplainable palpitation was not fake. The last few times he played, there were other players present. He had deliberately set it to be open to all players who used the hospital as the setting. That way, the game would be more realistic. Because the situation in reality was more complicated and changeable, he had to consider all kinds of situations to be able to deal with it. This way, the data would be more realistic when playing. In the end, the genius would calculate further and give him the best plan. This optimal plan was tested with data, and it was very accurate. Thinking of that genius, Sui Qinghong's eyes lit up. He only admired the most powerful people, and there was no one more powerful than that person. Even the director of the Institute of High Energy Physics, Song Jining, who had been called a genius girl for so many years, could not compare to that person's finger. But this time, the two players present, especially the girl named Little Red, were too powerful. That skill and that reaction time, it was obvious that he was a veteran player. His hand speed was not just for show. However, in Sui Qinghong's eyes, this kind of person was a simple-minded, powerless person who only knew how to be a hero in the game. He didn't take them seriously and only treated them as increasing the difficulty of clearing the game. Sui Qinghong angrily panted for a while. He felt hungry, so he picked up his phone and called for takeout. After eating, he went to sleep. He needed to conserve his energy and play the game tomorrow. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng waited in the game for a long time, but the person didn't come online. Seeing that an hour had passed, Hu Xiaoheng said helplessly, "You're too good. I think you scared him away." Gu Nianji shrugged. "He's obviously too weak. How can he blame me for being too good? How dare he play such a realistic battle without any skills? He should have played solo for a few years before competing with me in hand speed. Besides, he wanted to use me as a shield. Isn't he asking for it?" Hu Xiaoheng looked at her with a smile and didn't say anything else. He directly logged out of the game. Taking off the VR helmet on his head and turning off the switch, Hu Xiaoheng said to Gu Nianji, "Will he alert the enemy?" Gu Nianji also took off the VR helmet and said uncertainly. I don't think so. If he can't take this little setback, how can he carry out the next mission? He still wants to steal the dragon and switch the phoenix. Let's see if I can catch them all in one fell swoop. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it and put the VR helmet back on the shelf. He said in a low voice, we know what Sui Qinghong is going to do next, but that's not enough. We can't always follow behind him. We'll always be one step behind. Gu Nianji quickly nodded. I think so too. We know what he's doing, but it's not enough. We have to take the initiative to attack at the same time. Hu Xiaoheng already had a plan. He looked at Gu Nianji and reached out to touch her face. He smiled and changed the topic to praise her. You're so good at playing games. Our son can worship you as his master in the future. Gu Nianji was about to praise herself when she suddenly came back to her senses. She directly pounded Hu Xiaoheng's chest with her little fists and said coquettishly, What son? Who's going to give you a son? We're not married yet. So we have to hurry up and prepare. Hu Xiaoheng held her messy hands and didn't allow her to escape. Gu Nianji didn't intend to agree to Hu Xiaoheng so easily. Besides, she still had to observe mourning for her mother. It was only 6 months, not even a year. Hu Xiaoheng had a headache. He knew that Gu Nianji had a knot in her heart. If he waited for her to untie it herself, he didn't know how long it would take. After that year of separation, Hu Xiaoheng just wanted to announce to the world that Gu Nianji was his wife, and no one could covet her. He now had the ability, status, and power to protect her. However, Gu Nianji was as stubborn as Lu Jin. If she could be persuaded so easily, she wouldn't be Gu Nianji. You said you wanted to observe mourning for your mother for a year. It's been 6 months since you found out that Qin Suwen is your biological mother. Hu Xiaoheng stood up and kissed her forehead. There's still 6 months. It's just the right time to prepare. It's not too much of a rush, but it's not too much either. There's still 6 months. Why are you in such a hurry? Gu Nianji shook her head. Hu Xiaoheng pulled her to the sofa and began to reason with her. In ancient times, when people held weddings, big families almost had to prepare for more than a year. Although it's not that complicated now, with our current positions and the status of the guests we want to invite, we have to prepare for several months in advance. For example, Russian President Putin, who once said that he would come to our wedding to witness our marriage, has to be notified 6 months in advance. Otherwise, if he can't arrange his schedule, wouldn't that be a slap in the face in front of the world? This was today's first update, Chapter 21-26, He only admires the most awesome people. There were 2 updates today. At 9:00 in the evening. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. Remember to vote in double 3 days at the end of the month. PS. Thank you to Love Hall and Zeb602 for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2140. Gu Nianji didn't take the bait at all. She said slyly, That's okay. I'll inform him after my mourning period ends in 6 months. I don't care if I wait another 6 months or a year. Counting from now, he would have to wait for another year or a year and a half. But I care. Hu Xiaoheng patted her little face and patiently battled with her. Nianji, do you really not want to marry me sooner? We're already living together now. Is there any difference between being married or not? Gu Nianji said slowly. Can't you wait another year or a year and a half? Of course not. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and had no choice but to use his last resort, save the country in a roundabout way. Without batting an eyelid, he continued to hug Gu Nianji in his arms and coax her. Seeing that she still wouldn't let go, he finally seemed to give up and said, Fine. Actually, I was planning to kill two birds with one stone and use our marriage to spread the news and attract the attention of all parties. Gu Nianji blinked. What do you mean? Whose attention? Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly. He was no longer in a hurry to get married. He said calmly, "It's nothing. Since you don't agree, I'll think of something else." You did it on purpose. Gu Nianji grabbed his collar and looked up to see his Adam's apple protruding. She leaned over to kiss it and felt his entire body tense up. She finally laughed and said, "Hurry up and say it clearly. There's a lot more to it. Otherwise, I won't tell you, even if you beat me to death." Hua Xiaoheng suddenly became unyielding. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes, grabbed his hands, and put them behind his back. She made a binding gesture and interrogated him. Leniency for those who confess, and severity for those who resist. You know our policy better than I do. Hua Xiaoheng almost burst out laughing. However, his many years of training were not for nothing. The expression on his face did not change in the slightest as he lightly said, "Stop messing around, I still have things to do. Today is the 15th day of the first lunar month. You don't want to be unhappy, do you?" Gu Nianji also felt a little guilty. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, she had made Hua Xiaoheng unhappy. But the marriage, no, the wedding, was a big deal. She still had a knot in her heart when Hua Xiaoheng forced her to sign the marriage certificate, and she couldn't find a way out of it. However, she wasn't very sure how to step down. She didn't want to tell Lu Jin about the twisted emotions in her heart. If only she had her mother by her side. It wasn't easy to tell her father about these things, but it was appropriate to tell her mother. She didn't even need to say anything, and her mother would teach her how to deal with it. Her mood worsened as well. Out of the corner of his eye, Hua Xiaoheng noticed that Gu Nianji's mood had suddenly plummeted and realized that he had gone overboard with his acting. He immediately wrapped his arms around her neck and pecked her on the lips. Changing the subject, he said, "If you don't want to, I won't force you. I still have some time today. I'm going to the place where Guo Huining is being held to see how she's doing. Do you want to come with me?" Gu Nianji came back to her senses and thought to herself that she had been too pretentious. She was the one who didn't want to set a wedding date first, and now she was feeling sorry for herself. How useless, she only pretended to be pretentious for a while before letting it go. She nodded and said obediently, "Go, I also want to see her before the trial. Will we try her in court?" Guo Huining's case was relatively simple, so the prosecution didn't hire Gu Nianji as the defense lawyer. Therefore, if Gu Nianji wanted to know anything related to the case, she could only think of a way to visit her in the detention center. Moreover, she had to find a good reason and Guo Huining had to agree to see her before she could see her. Without her status as the prosecution lawyer, she no longer had those privileges. Now that Hua Xiaoheng was going to see Guo Huining, Gu Nianji felt that it was a good opportunity to hitch a ride. Hua Xiaoheng pulled her up from the sofa. Yes, there was nothing special about her case, but recently someone hired a lawyer for her. It seems like she has something to rely on again and has started to retract her confession. Gu Nianji was speechless the entire way. When they reached the door, she said, she can retract her confession in Guo Huining's case. Do we have to take out the surveillance footage and throw it in her face to know how to spell the word confession? We don't have to worry about that. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. This is just a small fry. Let's see what they're up to. Gu Nianji also knew that Guo Huining's case was under the jurisdiction of the country, so it wasn't good for Hua Xiaoheng to interfere too much. Besides, Guo Huining was indeed just a small fry. Even if she retracted her confession, she wouldn't be able to make a big fuss. She was just curious about who the person Guo Huining was, and why the other party chose Guo Huining as a breakthrough point. Hua Xiaoheng opened the car door to let her get in. He looked at his watch and said, "We still have 3 hours. After that, we'll go to old Master Shishan's place for a chat. Finally, we'll go to CEO Lu's house for dinner. The 15th day of the first lunar month was considered a small festival. According to the old customs, they were supposed to go see lanterns and guess lantern riddles. Gu Nianji couldn't help but think of the 15th day of the first lunar month in the other world and was slightly distracted. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything and drove all the way to the detention center where Guo Huaining was being held. As soon as the two of them got out of the car, they saw two fashionable and beautiful women also get out of the car and walk towards the gate of the detention center. Gu Nianji looked at the backs of the two women in front of her and quietly asked Hua Xiaoheng. You deliberately chose this time to come, didn't you? Why didn't they come earlier or later, but on the 15th day of the first lunar month? Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said, Why do you think so? The two people in front are obviously Yi Xinyan and Dou Ayin. They have a pretty good relationship with Guo Huaining. Could it be that they hired a lawyer for her? Hua Xiaoheng held her hand and squeezed it. It's so easy to talk to smart people. He didn't need to explain any further. Hua Xiaoheng waited for Yi Xinyan and Dou Ayin to go in before leading Gu Nianji into the detention center. He flashed his ID at the registration desk and asked to be a spectator for the people who came to visit Guo Huaining today. Guo Huaining's case was rather special. Although it was under the jurisdiction of the country, Hua Xiaoheng could still interfere because it was related to foreign forces. However, he couldn't do much. He could still monitor it, but everything else would depend on the situation. After the detention center staff registered Hua Xiaoheng's ID, they were brought to the room next to Guo Huaining's visitation room. There was a one-way glass wall to see what was going on in the room next door. There was also a surveillance camera to see and hear the people talking on the small screen. Gu Nianji didn't sit in front of the surveillance camera. Instead, she crossed her arms in front of the one-way glass wall and looked at the room next door. It was a normal visitation room. The walls were covered with thick rubber and the floor was also covered with rubber. There was a set of tables and chairs fixed to the ground in the middle of the room. It was divided into two rooms by a transparent bulletproof glass wall. Guo Huaining, Yi Xinyan, and Dou Ayin sat on opposite sides of the table separated by the glass wall. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 21-27, deliberately arrived on the dot. There were two updates today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support ticket. Remember to vote twice every 3 days after the end of the month. Moi, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 21-41. Guo Huaining's face was haggard. After more than 2 months in prison, she looked extremely dispirited. In the past, she always had a fluffy perm to show that she had plenty of hair. Now that she hadn't had a perm for a long time, her hairline was very obvious. Yi Xinyan and Dou Ayin, on the other hand, looked fresh and beautiful. Both of them were dressed appropriately in custom-made suits. Yi Xinyan was a fan of Morandi powder with a very light layer of gray. She used matte lipstick and her eyes were a little cold, but she still had a smile on her lips. Dou Ayin maintained her fairy-like persona. She wore a very distinctive sky blue Marquesa winter dress with tiny blue flowers that looked just like the real thing. These two beauties, each with their own style, sat opposite Guo Huaining, making Guo Huaining look 10 years older. Guo Huaining's eyes showed a hint of joy when she saw them come in, but after seeing their clothes, her eyes flashed with uncontrollable anger. She pursed her lips and looked at them without saying a word. Dou Ayin thought Guo Huaining would be grateful to them, but Guo Huaining looked at them without saying a word, and the look in her eyes wasn't as kind as she expected. Dou Ayin frowned and said unhappily, Huaining, what's wrong? Who made you unhappy? Guo Huaining clenched her fists tightly on the table, desperately trying to control herself to suppress the displeasure in her heart. She twitched the corners of her mouth and forced a smile. It's nothing, I'm happy to see you guys today. Dou Ayin curled her lips in disdain. Huaining, why aren't you telling us the truth? Do you know how good we are to you? Your own parents and family don't care about you, we're the ones who hired a lawyer for you. Gua Huaning's expression darkened even more. Yi Xinyan stopped Do Ayan and said softly, Ayan, Huaning is in a bad mood right now, you have to understand her. Her voice was a little hoarse, but it had an indescribable mature charm to it. Her imperial accent was perfect, and if it wasn't for the fact that there wasn't a trace of accent in her voice, people would think that she was born and raised in the imperial capital. Gua Huaning had always admired Yi Xinyan, and now that she had taken the initiative to help her and was better at talking than Do Ayan, she felt a little better. Gua Huaning nodded at Yi Xinyan and said softly, Thank you, Miss Yi. I will always remember those who help me. Yi Xinyan gave a faint smile. Do Ayan was a little unhappy that Gua Huaning was favoring one over the other, but she still braced herself and said, Huaning, we came to see you today to discuss your case. Discuss the case with me. Shouldn't it be up to the lawyers to discuss this? Didn't you say you hired a lawyer for me? Are they also from America? Gua Huaning asked eagerly. No. You're Chinese, so it's not good for you to use an American lawyer. Yi Xinyan explained patiently. Her eyes were calm as she said calmly, so the lawyer we found for you is Jean Wani, a senior lawyer from the largest law firm in the country. Gua Huaning raised her eyebrows and said bluntly, I've never heard of this person. Are you sure she can argue with Gu Nianji? Gua Huaning had read about Gu Nianji's lawsuit against Kevin's American team of lawyers in the newspaper. She was afraid of Gu Nianji. But she also felt a deep sense of disdain. She knew it was a morbid contradiction, but there was nothing she could do about it. Yi Xinyan smiled and leaned back in her chair. She said lazily, Why does she have to argue with Gu Nianji? Is that necessary? Of course it's necessary. Gua Huaning was agitated. She sat up straight and slammed her fist on the table. You guys don't know how sly Gu Nianji is. Even those famous American lawyers are no match for her. If you're going to find someone to defend me, I might as well defend myself. She was also a top student from the most famous B University Law School in the imperial capital. Although she had never been a defense lawyer, she was definitely better than Jean Wani, a lawyer she had never heard of before. Do Ayan rolled her eyes, Don't think too highly of yourself. The prosecution didn't even ask Gu Nianji to be their defense lawyer. What are you worried about? Gua Huaning was shocked. The prosecution didn't ask Gu Nianji to be their defense lawyer. Yes, because the prosecution doesn't think you have enough weight as a defendant. They don't need Gu Nianji to appear in court to deal with you. Do Ayan said harshly. Gua Huaning was so angry she almost fell over. Yi Xinyan curled her lips and explained, Lawyer Jean Wani is not an ordinary lawyer. She has also won many well-known cases. Her winning rate is 99%. Gua Huaning sneered, There's still a 1% losing case. Who did she lose to? The only person Jean Wani had ever lost to was Gu Nianji. Yi Xinyan laughed dryly, I didn't investigate that, but her winning rate is 99%. In my opinion, it's almost 100%. The point is that she has never lost to other lawyers. Gua Huaning caught the flaw in her words and said, So Jean Wani has fought against Gu Nianji. And she lost the case. Is that what you mean? Ha, Huaning, you're too sharp. Yi Xinyan laughed and continued, The reason we came here today is to ask you if you have any requests. You know, there are always winners and losers in a lawsuit. Although Jean Wani is also very good, we can't be sure she will win. Do Ayan continued, but the chances of winning are still very high. As far as I know, the person the prosecution is looking for is a lawyer working in the Cabinet Justice Department. This person hasn't fought many cases outside, so it will be easy for Jean Wani to win against him. I see. Gua Huaning breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that there were benefits to being looked down on by the other party. Otherwise, if they really sent Gu Nianji, she would be in trouble. Gua Huining looked down and thought for a moment, then said, I hope to meet with the lawyer you hired. I request to plead not guilty. I'm also a victim. I was used. When Kevin used me as a shield, they saw it with their own eyes. Yi Xinyan leaned forward and placed one arm on the table in front of her. She said slowly. But Song Jining has evidence of you sending her messages and photos. She accuses you of working with Kevin to trick her away. Gua Huining's face flushed and she stammered, I didn't. That photo was of Gu Nianji. I only sent it to Song Jining to remind her. What did I do wrong? And then I was drugged and passed out, so I didn't know anything. When I woke up, I was already in Kevin's hands and being held hostage. From this point of view, Gua Huining could indeed get away with it. As long as Jean Wani could prove that Gua Huining didn't know about Kevin's plan and didn't conspire with him, then she would be a victim and not an accomplice. This is the first chapter of the day, chapter 21-28, You're Not Enough. There were 2 chapters today. At 9:00 in the evening. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. Remember to double the monthly tickets on the last 3 days of the month. PS. Thank you, my beloved cousin, for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 21-42. Yi Xinyan listened intently as Gua Huining rambled on about her grievances. After a while, she suddenly asked, What about General Hua? Would he be willing to testify for you? Gua Huining choked and almost choked. She asked in surprise. Hua. General Hua. Yes. Do Ayin couldn't wait any longer. Aren't you discussing marriage with General Hua? In your current state, can't he come and help you? Gua Huining was so ashamed that she wanted to hide under the table. She took a deep breath and clenched her fists. General Hua is so busy, why would he testify for me? Although he saw me being held hostage by Kevin that day, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pity. Instead, he accused me of being Kevin's accomplice. Ha! How could that be? Do Ayin screamed exaggeratedly. She knew about this from the start. She had seen the video at the time. She deliberately brought it up now to embarrass Gua Huining. This Gua Huining thought she had Hu Guanchen on her side and didn't even care about her. This was retribution. However, Yi Xinyan did not think the same as her. She looked at Gua Huining with a smile and said slowly, Actually, it doesn't matter if General Hua is willing to testify for you. What's important is that he won't testify and he doesn't want to be dragged into this case. Do Ayin didn't understand, why is that? Wouldn't it be great if General Hua could testify for Huining? He's in a high position, his words should carry a lot of weight. Don't you understand? General Hua is only using Huining as bait to catch a big fish. But what does Huining have to do with his things? He's using her for nothing. What do you think the public will think of him if Huining reveals what General Hua did in court? Yi Xinyan was obviously more experienced in manipulating public opinion. She calmly analyzed the situation. For someone like General Hua, he never wanted to be high profile, and he didn't need exposure. So if he's involved in this case, no matter what his motives are, he won't gain anything in the end. With the public's attention on this case, Wu Guanchen's military career would be over once his name and rank were revealed. Do you understand? Huining, you can ask General Hua to testify for you, but your ultimate goal isn't to get him to testify in court, but to get him to intervene in the trial of this case. Yi Xinyan's slender fingers tapped on the table. Your lawyer will teach you the rest. Gua Huining didn't quite understand what Yi Xinyan was saying, but she already vaguely understood what she meant. Do Ayin looked at Yi Xinyan suspiciously, then looked at Gua Huining. She felt that the two of them seemed to have reached some sort of tacit agreement, and she was very unhappy that she was left out. In the room next door, Hu Xiaoheng stood up and said, Let's go talk to Gua Huining. Gu Nianji turned around in surprise. But Yi Xinyan and Do Ayin haven't finished talking yet. I just want to interrupt their rhythm. Hua Xiaoheng smiled as he took her hand and interlocked their fingers. In the reception room Gua Huaning was in, the detention center staff walked over and coughed lightly. While Yi Xinyan and Do Ayin were talking, the staff politely asked, "Are you two done?" Yi Xinyan raised her head in surprise and looked at her watch. "Not yet. We're her family and friends, so we should have half an hour to meet. I'm sorry, but there's a higher authority coming to understand the situation. If you don't want it to end, you'll have to wait," the staff said with a smile, as if this was a trivial matter. Do Ayin was furious, and Yi Xinyan's expression didn't look too good. Gua Huaning was as quiet as a cicada in winter. She didn't know who was coming to interrogate her. Yi Xinyan's expression was dark as she said dryly, "Who wants to question us? Can't they come in after we're done talking? Is there a first-come first-serve rule?" The detention center staff smiled faintly. "We're just following the rules." According to the detention center's visitor protocol, the authority of the higher authority is greater than that of the suspect's family and lawyer visiting. So as long as the higher authority has a need, we must satisfy them first. Do Ayin pouted disdainfully. "What's with all the airs? Do you have the right procedures? Or do you want to set up a private courtroom? Force a confession?" The detention center staff wasn't happy either. The corners of her mouth twitched. "Our reception room is monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The monitoring is also uploaded to the higher authority in the cloud. Set up a private courtroom. What kind of place do you think the detention center is? In ancient times?" Do Ayin looked around anxiously when she heard there was always surveillance. Yi Xinyan and Gua Huaning were already mentally prepared. They were only confirming it now. They looked at each other. Yi Xinyan said, "Then we'll go out first. We'll come in after they finish talking to you." It was good to know who came to ask Gua Huaning about the situation and what they asked. It would be good to go back and tell Jean Wani so she could be more prepared. They had originally planned to bring Jean Wani with them today. However, Jean Wani didn't take it seriously after finding out Gu Nianji wasn't the prosecution lawyer. She said it was the 15th of the Lunar New Year and she was meeting her fiancé in Sea City, so she couldn't come with them. Yi Xinyan and Do Ayin stood up together. Just as they were about to leave, they saw the door to the reception room open. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji slowly walked in. Hua Xiaoheng was tall and handsome. His handsome face was as bright as the sun. It was so dazzling that people couldn't look at him directly. Gu Nianji was dainty and smart. Her tall figure was like a little bird in front of Hua Xiaoheng. More importantly, their fingers were intertwined. They didn't look like higher-up staff at all. Yi Xinyan, Gua Huaning, and Do Ayin's eyes fell on Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng's intertwined hands in unison. They slowly moved up to look at their faces. The couple's expressions were calm and serene. It was impossible to tell what was going on in their hearts. Do Ayin was the first to lose her temper. She immediately pointed at Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji. She said to the detention center staff, "These are the higher-ups you were talking about. What higher-up is she?" Do Ayin pointed at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji frowned. She said unhappily, "Do Ayin, you've had a good upbringing since you were a child. Why are you pointing at people? Don't you know it's rude? Uneducated." She and Hua Xiaoheng had come over at this time on purpose. Do Ayin flushed with anger at Gu Nianji. Her chest heaved up and down as she said angrily, "It's none of your business. I'm only asking if you have the authority to interrogate Gua Huaning." "I don't have the right to interrogate anyone." Gu Nianji said lightly, "I said that the higher-ups are just here to understand the situation, but you made it sound like an interrogation. It's true that you can create rumors with one mouth, but you have to run your legs to refute them. This is today's second chapter, chapter 21-29, What Kind of Superior Organization? It's 2 o'clock today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. Remember to vote twice every 3 days at the end of the month. Moi, everyone, little angels, please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 21-43. Do Ayin wanted to jump up and curse. Yi Xinyan quickly pulled her back and whispered, "You guys say it's true, you set the rules. Why bother? You're all millennia-old foxes, why are you playing games with us?" As she spoke, she led Do Ayin out of the reception room. Gu Nianji looked at their backs and snorted. She said slowly, "Miss Yi, are you saying that you're like us, people who work for the government? You're American, right? Are you working for the US government? But aren't you a gold medal analyst? Did I remember wrong?" This was a warning to Yi Xinyan. If there was really something wrong with her, she might panic and contact her superior organization. Yi Xinyan only thought it was ridiculous and turned to glance at Gu Nianji. Chief Gu is getting better at making accusations. If I wasn't working for the US government, would you commit suicide to apologize? Gu Nianji snickered and shook her head. Committing suicide to apologize is the Japanese's second favorite thing to do. Why would I learn from them? Hu Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and laughed darkly. The Japanese's second favorite thing to do. What's their first favorite thing to do? Of course it's bowing to apologize. You don't even know that. Gu Nianji glared at Hu Xiaoheng, her eyes flirtatious. Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat, but he kept a straight face and said dryly, "Bowing is a great country, that's not surprising." Gu Nianji covered her mouth and laughed against Hu Xiaoheng's chest. Hu Xiaoheng hugged her shoulders lovingly and whispered, "Naughty." Yi Xinyan's calm expression almost cracked. She turned her head away, the veins on her neck bulging. Do Ayin's eyes almost popped out of her head. She trembled with anger. "Are you guys here for business or to show off your love? Don't you know the saying, love shows get you killed faster?" Gu Nianji leaned against Hu Xiaoheng's chest, her expression bright and moving as she said proudly, "Is there a conflict between business and love? Do Ayin, you're really not good at logic. Did you drop out too early? Have you forgotten all your first-year law knowledge?" Do Ayin's face alternated between red and white. After a while, she stamped her foot and sneered, "Stop dreaming, do you really think you've become a phoenix? Look at her. She's a good example for you." Do Ayin pointed her finger at Guo Huaining, who was behind the glass wall. Guo Huaining was so jealous that her face contorted with jealousy when she saw how close the two were. Guo Huaining wasn't angered by Do Ayin's words this time. Instead, she laughed along with her. "Ayin is right. Someone is having the same dream I had. Now that I've woken up from my dream, yours will also soon come to an end." She pointed at Gu Nianji and convulsed with laughter. "Do you think it's so easy to get into the Hu family? Guanchen won't let you in. How long have you been engaged to this Hu Xiao? Let me tell you, to these rich young masters, an engagement is not even worth a fart. They can go back on their word at any time." Gu Nianji mustered up all her acting skills and tightened her grip on Hu Xiaoheng's hand. She rolled her eyes and said arrogantly, "Guo Huaining, don't think that just because you weren't able to marry into the Hong family or get engaged to General Hu, you can judge others by your own standards and think that you're the benchmark of a wealthy family. No one can surpass you if they're not as tall as you, right?" She turned to look at Guo Huaining and smiled slyly. "Unfortunately, I'm taller than you and have longer legs, so I can surpass you if you can't." She even kicked her long legs, which were wearing a pair of boots, in a very high-profile manner. Do Ayin was shocked and quickly took a step back. Yi Xinyan supported her and said calmly, "Chief Gu, when the moon is full, the water will overflow, and when the moon is full, the water will overflow. Not to mention an engagement, even if they get married, they can still get a divorce. For a wealthy family, this is not a rare thing. Oh. Miss E seems to know a lot about rich and powerful families. Gu Nianji asked with a smile. The dimples on her lips were faintly discernible. Do Ian blurted out, "Of course not. Actually, rich and powerful families are the most cautious about marriage and the least likely to divorce. The highest divorce rate is the nouveau riche." This was a complete slap to Yi Xinyan's face. Gu Nianji was speechless. Yi Xinyan was slapped in the face and could no longer maintain her calm expression. Her expression changed slightly and she smiled. "Ian, you speak as if you know a lot. But your father, the former Prime Minister Do, also climbed up from the bottom of society." She was implying that he was inferior to the nouveau riche. Do Ian knew she'd said the wrong thing, but she didn't want Yi Xinyan to talk about her father like that. She pursed her lips and said, "My mommy's family is the Yan family, one of the top families in the imperial capital. What misunderstanding do you have about me?" Gu Nianji tilted her head and smiled as she watched the two of them almost fighting. She couldn't help but add fuel to the fire. "Miss E, which family are you from? I've never heard of a large Huaxia family with the surname E." "There are no large Huaxia families with the surname E, much less Gu." Yi Xinyan reprimanded coldly. "Chief Gu should focus on work. Our family backgrounds have nothing to do with you." As she spoke, she pulled Do Ian towards the door. Do Ian was so irritated by Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji's intimate position that she couldn't speak properly. She staggered with Yi Xinyan and said angrily, "What's the big deal? Get engaged if you can, get married if you can." Gu Nianji's expression changed and she looked like she wanted to pounce on Do Ian and hit her. Hu Xiaoheng quickly grabbed her waist, afraid she would get too carried away. Do Ian saw Gu Nianji's expression and laughed out loud. "I hit a sore spot, ha 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 ha." She didn't stop laughing when Hu Xiaoheng suddenly took Gu Nianji's hand and knelt down on one knee in front of her. "Nianji, marry me." He looked at Gu Nianji's jade-like eyes and seemed to be bewitched as he kissed her delicate palm. "I love you, marry me." Yi Xinyan and Do Ian couldn't believe their ears and hearing and turned to look. What did they just see? Hu Xiaoheng, who held a high position at such a young age, was ruthless and ruthless, but was also good at playing politics, was actually bowing his noble head in front of Gu Nianji. He still had a majestic aura even as he knelt on one knee, but he was neither servile nor overbearing. He was full of sincerity and showed Gu Nianji enough respect. Gu Nianji didn't expect Hu Xiaoheng to put on such an act. He only said he was going to deliberately show off his love to provoke Yi Xinyan, Do Ian and Gua Huining. He was going beyond the line. This is the first chapter of the day, chapter 2130, he's going beyond the line. There were 2 chapters today. 9 p.m. the next night. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. Remember to double the monthly tickets 3 days after the end of the month. PS. Thank you to Wu Ai Tang for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, everyone, Little Angel's genius. 1 second to remember this site's address. Mobile version. Chapter 2144. However, Gu Nianji liked Hu Xiaoheng's attitude very much. A simple sentence was enough for Gu Nianji, no matter the occasion or the reason. The love and respect she wanted were all given by this man, and she only wanted it from him. What else was there for her to be dissatisfied with in this life? Although the two of them had already gotten a marriage certificate, Hu Xiaoheng knew that Gu Nianji wouldn't recognize a marriage certificate under those circumstances. To him, the marriage certificate was just a stopgap measure. What he wanted was for Gu Nianji to marry him willingly, be with him, have children, and spend the rest of her life with him. Gu Nianji had been avoiding him and refusing to hold a public wedding with him. Hu Xiaoheng knew that she still had a knot in her heart. He didn't want to find a psychiatrist to help Gu Nianji solve this problem. He decided to be her psychiatrist himself. For this step, he had also read many psychology books and even discussed it with Lu Jin, the potential expert in psychology. Today's situation was killing two birds with one stone. Gu Nianji thought that Hu Xiaoheng was still acting, but her eyes reddened uncontrollably. Tears gathered quietly. She didn't want to cry at a time like this. Looking at Hu Xiaoheng kneeling in front of her on one knee and proposing, Gu Nianji held back her tears and smiled. Didn't you already propose? You've already given me the diamond ring. Why are you doing it again? Get up quickly. Aren't you afraid that others will laugh at you for kneeling in a place like this? This is a marriage proposal, Hu Xiaoheng said seriously. It's not an engagement proposal. He looked at Gu Nianji intently and said, the location of the marriage proposal isn't important. As long as you can agree, I can kneel for you anywhere. Promise me that we'll hold the wedding in 6 months, okay? I've begged you many times, but you've always refused. Today, their words reminded me that so what if I'm engaged? It doesn't mean that you'll definitely marry me. That's why I can't wait any longer. Nianji, give me a chance. Let me take care of you for the rest of your life. Hu Xiaoheng's words were sincere and his acting skills were superb. The Oscars could no longer measure him. Gu Nianji was overcome with emotion, but she couldn't help but be secretly delighted. She was like a little kitten that had finally caught the ball of yarn it had been yearning for. She wanted nothing more than to hold it in her arms and meow, then roll around on the ground happily. She thought that Hu Xiaoheng was acting, but no one knew. Guo Huaining, who was behind him, felt that her face had been slapped swollen. She had always wanted to marry into a wealthy family. She had first wasted 10 years in the Hong family, and then almost lost her life for Hu Guanqin. In the end, no one was willing to marry her. But Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji, what right did she have? She was the one who didn't want to marry. How preposterous. Do Ain's jaw almost dropped to the ground. She stared at the scene and stammered, "WH. What? Gu Nianji actually refused to marry because of you. Did I hear that right?" A haze flashed across Yi Xinyan's eyes. She quickly looked down at the ground and let out a soft laugh. Actually, Yi Xinyan, Do Ain, and Guo Huaining didn't suspect Hu Xiaoheng's motives at all. From their point of view, a man of Hu Xiaoheng's status would kneel in front of everyone and ask his fiancée to agree to a wedding date. He must love her to the core. Otherwise, why would he go this far for a woman who didn't match his status? Gu Nianji must have saved the galaxy in her past life. Although they disliked Gu Nianji in every way, they had to admit that she was much better at judging men than they were. Hu Xiaoheng looked up at Gu Nianji and gently held her hand. Promise me, Nianji. I'll be good to you for the rest of my life. You won't regret marrying me. Gu Nianji sensed 6 pairs of resentful, jealous, and envious gazes fixed on her. She smiled sweetly and nodded. Okay. She pulled Hu Xiaoheng up and said happily, I promise you, we'll hold the wedding in 6 months. Gu Nianji leaned her head against Hu Xiaoheng's chest obediently. I'll listen to you. I just want to be a beautiful bride, okay? Okay. Hu Xiaoheng hugged her with both arms and sighed. The little girl had finally agreed. The wedding date was set, so he could relax and prepare for the wedding. At the same time, the various forces would also hear about his wedding and start to get restless. Hu Xiaoheng stared at Gu Nianji in his arms and saw Yi Xinyan and Do Ain's expressions out of the corner of his eye. Yi Xinyan pursed her lips and rolled her eyes disdainfully. She growled, let's go. She pushed open the door to the guest room like a gust of wind and walked out. Do Ain stomped her feet and said, You'll definitely get a divorce. Then she ran out as well. Gu Nianji heard the door close and was about to push Hu Xiaoheng's arms away when he gently pinched her waist. Gu Nianji snapped back to reality and remembered that Guo Huaining was still in the room. She hid her head in Hu Xiaoheng's arms and smiled sheepishly. Gu Nianji thought that if Hu Xiaoheng hadn't told her that she could use this matter to observe the reactions of all parties, she really wouldn't have agreed to hold the wedding in 6 months. Hu Xiaoheng knew her too well. He knew that once this private matter was linked to work, she wouldn't be able to say no. This man not only knew her very well, but he was also willing to rack his brains and do all he could for her. If this wasn't love, she didn't know what was. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng turned around like a pair of conjoined twins to face Guo Huining on the other side of the glass wall. Guo Huining couldn't catch her breath and almost suffocated to death. Her face was purple, and after a long time, she finally gasped for air and clutched her neck. Did you guys purposely come here to piss me off? Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng sat in the seats that Yi Xinyan and Dou Ayan had just sat in. Gu Nianji tilted her head with a smile. Guo Huining, you're still so full of yourself. What do you have to make me piss you off? Guo Huining's anger was stifled. She stood up immediately and said angrily, I don't want to see you. I don't want to talk to you. That's not up to you. Gu Nianji said nonchalantly, I advise you to be a human being and sit down. The corners of Guo Huining's mouth twitched as she glanced at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng's expression was cold and stern. He didn't have the tender and sweet look he had when he looked at Gu Nianji earlier. His gaze was like ice. Guo Huining couldn't help but shrink back and slowly sit down. She tried her best to turn her head away from Hu Xiaoheng. She only looked at Gu Nianji and said coldly, What the hell do you want? This is the second update of the day, Chapter 2131, I advise you to be a human being. There are 2 updates today. A reminder to everyone for your recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. Remember to vote twice every 3 days after the end of the month. Moi, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 2145. Gu Nianji looked at her quietly for a while and said, Guo Huining, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Do you want it? Redeem myself. Guo Huining only wanted to sneer, what crime did I commit? Don't try to trick me into confessing. Do I need to trick you into confessing? Gu Nianji glared at her, don't forget what you did too quickly. I was wronged. I'm the victim. Guo Huining screamed at the top of her lungs and repeated what she had said to Yi Xinyan and Dou Ayan. However, her words could convince Yi Xinyan and Dou Ayan, but not Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji leaned forward and was almost pressed against the glass wall. You're not guilty. You found someone to kidnap Madame Song and wanted to sell her to the Black Forest in Southeast Asia. Don't think that no one will find out just because you didn't succeed. Her voice was soft, but in Guo Huining's ears, it was like a sharp knife stabbing straight into her chest. Guo Huining's expression changed and looked at Gu Nianji like she had seen a ghost. Her lips trembled and after a while, she denied, I didn't. You're slandering me. She had deleted those texts a long time ago and everything else was said over the phone. She didn't believe Gu Nianji could have recorded it. However, Guo Huining's face paled when she thought of the recording. Could it be that someone was monitoring her phone? She was still a law-abiding citizen at the time. How could her phone be monitored? Guo Huining's mood suddenly rose and she sneered, don't tell your superiors that my phone is being monitored. I'm going to sue you for violating my civil rights. The surveillance evidence you obtained illegally can't be used as evidence in court. You're pretty smart. Gu Nianji supported her head with one hand and leaned lazily against the table in front of her. She glanced at Guo Huining with the other eye. Are you admitting that you did these things? But we don't have legal evidence, so we can't sue you. Guo Huining, no, I didn't say that. I only said that if you monitor my phone, I can sue you for violating my civil rights. You're quite stubborn, no wonder you're my schoolmate. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. Guo Huining couldn't help but retort, Only undergraduates from B University are qualified to be my alumni. Are you even qualified? This identity was almost the only thing she could be proud of and rely on. Gu Nianji grunted and said, then I really don't deserve it. But I'm quite happy that you don't acknowledge me as your schoolmate because I've always felt that it was quite embarrassing to have you as my schoolmate. Gua Huining was so angry that her face turned red, and even her eyes turned red. She seemed to be extremely angry. Gu Nianji raised her hand and pressed it down. She said calmly, why are you angry? Can anger solve the problem? Gua Huining, I don't know what's going on in your mind. You never get the point. No wonder your working ability is average and old Madame Hong can't accept you after so many years. Old Madame Hong was a ruthless person, and Gu Nianji admired her a little. Gua Huining stood up abruptly and punched the glass wall in front of her. The burning pain on the back of her hand sobered her up a little. Gu Nianji didn't say anything else and just looked at her quietly. After a long time, Gua Huining sat back in her chair and frowned. What do you want? I came to ask you something. Gu Nianji sat up straight and stopped provoking Gua Huining. Gua Huining's case could be big or small. If she was willing to cooperate, it wasn't impossible to fight for leniency. But from the looks of it, she probably wouldn't want to cooperate with Gu Nianji. Therefore, Gu Nianji didn't have much hope. She only wanted to get some clues from the clues that Hu Xiaoheng revealed to verify her inference. Hu Xiaoheng patted Gu Nianji's shoulder. Don't worry. He turned to look at Gua Huining and asked dryly, I heard that the foreign doctor you found for my grandfather was Kevin. Gua Huining definitely wasn't at the level where she could directly know that doctor. Someone had introduced her to him. With Dr. Tony's status in the American medical community, even Do Ian and Deputy Director Jia couldn't invite him. But Kevin could. Gua Huining froze for a moment before remembering who Hu Xiaoheng was talking about. It was Dr. Tony who had performed surgery to wake grandfather Huo from a vegetative state. Huo Guanchen had taken a liking to her and opened a door to a new world for her. How did you meet Kevin? Hu Xiaoheng asked one question after another, not giving Gua Huining any breathing room. Although Gua Huining could be stubborn in front of Gu Nianji, she couldn't help answering Hu Xiaoheng's questions. I didn't know him at first. Yi Xinyan and Do Ian introduced me to him. Gua Huining answered honestly. Hu Xiaoheng asked again, why did they help you? Why did they give you this opportunity? Why did they want you to hook up with Chief Hua? Gua Huining was very embarrassed. She mumbled, I was in a bad situation at the time. They helped me because they wanted Chief Hua to owe me a favor and let me put in a good word for him in front of Gu Nianji. At the time, she had offended Gu Nianji because of a reserved seat. Then for some reason, the Hong Corporation's new energy electric scooter, which she had initiated, was suddenly exposed. Then she was like a waterfall from Mount Lu, rushing straight down the drain. Gu Nianji chuckled and interrupted Gua Huining, do you still think that way? What do I think? Gua Huining glanced at Gu Nianji. You said they helped you find Dr. Tony because they wanted to help you. That way Chief Huo would owe you a favor. Gu Nianji repeated Gua Huining's words. Gua Huining hesitated, isn't that the case? Kevin is that kind. Did you forget how he used you as a shield to block bullets on Christmas Eve? Gu Nianji tapped her fingers on the table twice. Gua Huining snapped out of her daze. Her face turned ashen again. She was completely dejected. Isn't that their goal? Of course not. Gu Nianji almost wanted to brainwash Gua Huining. Think about it carefully. Are they angels sending you to heaven or demons dragging you to hell? Hu Xiaoheng guided her appropriately. Have you ever thought about how the Hong Corporation's new energy electric scooter project started? With Hu Xiaoheng's reminder, Gua Huining began to understand. She thought about it for a while and said, that happened in the middle of last year. The Hong Corporation was discussing the direction of future development. At the time, the shareholders had different opinions. Some wanted to be listed, some didn't. Some wanted to be listed domestically, while others wanted to be listed overseas. No one had a unified opinion. This was the first chapter of the day, chapter 2132, Never Getting the Point. There were 2 chapters today. 8:00 in the evening. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. The monthly tickets will be doubled. Looking for monthly tickets. P.S. Thank you to Wu Ai Tang for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2146. I said at the time that since we couldn't come to an agreement, why don't we get a professional to evaluate and see which format we're suitable for? Gua Huining was lost in her memories. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng listened intently. Then I went to consult a professional to see which investment bank was more familiar with this area of business. Then someone introduced Carlyle International Investments top analyst, Yi Xinyan, and the Huaxia region's deputy director Jia. Gua Huining recounted everything. Then Do Ian, who was interning at this company, personally contacted me and said she was my schoolmate. Gu Nianji immediately asked, "You consulted a professional?" "Which professional?" Gua Huining's eyes suddenly wavered and she didn't dare look Gu Nianji in the eye. She put her hand down and fiddled with the hem of her shirt. Her eyes were lowered and her shoulders trembled slightly. Hu Xiaoheng studied Gua Huining calmly. Law firms usually have more professionals when it comes to mergers and acquisitions and listing of companies, right? Gu Nianji nodded. I wanted to say that too. Gua Huining, which law firm did you consult? Mergers and acquisitions and listing of companies were the main focus of many law firms. The money they could collect in this area was more effective than any lawsuit. Once they became famous and had connections, it was the same as lying down and counting money. Therefore, the larger law firms usually didn't give up on this area. Small and medium-sized law firms, on the other hand, would only be able to get a share of this business unless they burned incense or had a strong background. Gu Nianji originally guessed that this professional was from one of the 4 famous Huaxia law firms. In the end, Gua Huining dawdled for a long time and whispered the name of a law firm. The Sovereign Descends. Gu Nianji was shocked. What? Which law firm? Tell me clearly. Gua Huining rolled her eyes and glanced at Gu Nianji. She couldn't help smiling resentfully when she saw her lose her composure. It was as if the hatred in her heart could no longer be suppressed and was about to overflow from her narrow-minded heart. I said, the Sovereign Descends Law Office. Gua Huining grinned, revealing 8 large white teeth. The Sovereign Descends Law Office. Are you sure that's the name? Even Hu Xiaoheng was slightly moved. It was this law firm again. Not long ago, because of Gua Huining's bad blood with the Hong family, Gu Nianji's reputation was implicated, so Hu Xiaoheng personally led his men to raid the law firm. The Sovereign Descent law firm was also a law firm established by He Zhichu in the Huaxia Empire when he came to this world to look for Gu Nianji. However, when He Zhichu returned to the other world more than a year ago, he had already transferred all his rights in a hurry. The person who took over the Monarch Descends law firm was very good at making money. The scale of the Monarch Descends law firm was already catching up to the 4th largest law firm in China, and it was about to overtake the 4th largest law firm in China. A small law firm that can't even reach the sky or the earth, but in just a year and a half, it suddenly made a lot of money. Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it. Gu Nianji pouted. Gua Huining smiled meaningfully. You don't believe me, but I do. Although this law firm is small, its backer and background are not small. Miss Gu should know about it, right? Gu Nianji's eyes widened and she blurted out, what do I know? Although this law firm was founded by my mentor, He Zhichu, he has already transferred the rights. And when he owned this law firm's business was only so-so. At that time, Hijichu was registered in the Huaxia Empire as a foreign law firm, and his main purpose wasn't to take on business at all, but to find Gunyanji. You also know that this was founded by Professor He. Guohuaning seemed to have gained some confidence. She smiled and said, although Professor He hadn't gone to teach at B University when I graduated, he was still a professor at B University's Faculty of Law. The doctoral students he mentored back then are all now independent figures, and one of them even entered the Imperial Capital Supreme Court and is already a judge. Hijichu had only been here for a total of a few years, and his doctoral student was already a judge. Gu Nianji blinked. She was a bit confused by the situation. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it carefully and changed the topic again. The sovereign descent law firm also acted as old Madame Hong's legal representative back then. It seems like you were the one who led it, right? Gua Huaning spread her hands. I don't know about that. I was already kicked out by old Madame Hong at that time. If you're interested, you can go look for old Madame Hong. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a moment. When he brought his men to investigate the sovereign descent law firm, the reason he used was that the people of Chaoyang City had reported that there were a lot of foreigners going in and out of the law firm and that there might be spies. They took away a batch of materials and handed over some of the violations to the relevant departments to rectify according to the law. However, they didn't find anything about spies. However, they discovered that the boss of the sovereign descent law firm was more involved in the whole incident than they had imagined. Therefore, 2 months ago, they conducted a comprehensive investigation of the sovereign descent law firm, from the boss to the employees. Because of the relatively large commotion, the boss of the sovereign descent law firm didn't return to the Huaxia Empire after learning about it from overseas. Hua Xiaoheng silently crossed the sovereign descent law firm in his mind. Gu Nianji also frowned and asked, you asked the sovereign descent law firm for advice on mergers and acquisitions and listing, and they recommended Carlyle International Investments LLC. Gua Huaning nodded. Yes, they said that Carlyle International Investments LLC is the largest investment bank in the world and has assets under management in the tens of billions. If our home corporation wants to break through the bottleneck, our next development should be evaluated by a professional company like this and provide reasonable suggestions. When Gu Nianji was studying law, she had also encountered this kind of content. She said with uncertainty, the sovereign descent law firm really recommended Carlyle to you. As far as I know, although the home corporation isn't a small company, to Carlyle, this piece of meat isn't very lucrative. In the case of mergers and acquisitions and listing, a small potato like the Hong Corporation wasn't worth their attention. The sovereign descent law firm only recommended this one investment consulting company. Gu Nianji asked worriedly. Gu Nianji stared into Gua Huaning's eyes and emphasized, don't make things up. I can check the relevant records of the sovereign descent law firm and the Hong Corporation. For consulting services like this, there are always reports written in black and white. You can't even make things up even if you want to. Gua Huaning pouted and snorted. She looked at the ceiling and said, yes, you're good. The sovereign descent law firm didn't just recommend Carlyle for strategy consulting. They also recommended a few other companies. She mentioned the names of a few investment banks that did strategy consulting. They weren't very large and were more professional. They overlapped with the Hong Corporation's business. Gu Nianji smiled and said, that's more like it. If the sovereign descent law firm was reliable, they wouldn't have recommended a giant investment bank like Carlyle right off the bat. But why did they recommend Carlyle later? Gua Huaning stammered a few times, but was forced into a corner by Gu Nianji. She finally said, I wasn't very satisfied with the list they provided the first time, so I told them I wanted the biggest and best investment bank in the industry to consult, so they recommended Carlyle. This is the second update for today, Chapter 2133, Can't Go Up, Can't Go Down. There are 2 updates for today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. The monthly tickets will be doubled. Looking for monthly tickets. Moi, everyone, my little angels. Chapter 2147. You're always dreaming. Gu Nianji shook her head with a smile. Should I say that you have high aspirations but low abilities, or do you have high aspirations? Have you ever considered that Carlyle might not accept your business even if you want to work as a consultant? You can think whatever you want. Guo Huining looked at Gu Nianji with an unreadable expression. Anyway, Carlyle accepted and even sent their best analyst to help us with the plan. What a coincidence. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes as her mind raced. She muttered, what if this is also a setup? But why would they look for you as a breakthrough point? The Hong Corporation wasn't a particularly well-known private company in the country, so Guo Huining wasn't a particularly suitable candidate. Regardless of whether their ultimate goal was Song Jining or Guo Huining wasn't a particularly good candidate. She had almost no interaction with Gu Nianji and Song Jining, and they weren't very familiar with each other. The only interaction Guo Huining had with Gu Nianji was during the winter 2 years ago. They had dinner together with Hu Xiaoheng's childhood friend, Xue Jingjiang, and a few other friends. Gu Nianji instinctively tapped her fingers on the table as her eyes fell on Guo Huining's face. She suddenly thought of her entanglement with Hu Guanchen. Even if Hu Guanchen was putting on an act, he had chosen Guo Huining to act. Other women couldn't even get close to him. It was obvious that Guo Huining was still somewhat attractive to Hu Guanchen, right? Gu Nianji still didn't know much about men's mentality. She felt that there must be a link between all of this that she didn't know about. However, Hu Xiaoheng came prepared. He took out his phone and scrolled through the unexpected information he had found when he raided the Monarch Descent law firm. The legal representative of the Monarch Descent law firm was Guo Hongmao. He was also the boss of the firm. A year and a half ago, when He Zhichu left in a hurry, he was the one who had bought the Monarch Descent law firm. Originally, people with the surname Guo weren't necessarily relatives, but Guo Huining happened to be involved in this case. Hu Xiaoheng had someone investigate the background of the boss, Guo Hongmao, and his relationship with Guo Huining. This investigation was truly an eye-opener for him. Hu Xiaoheng selected some content from his phone and forwarded it to Gu Nianji. He then texted Zhao Liangze and asked him to find some content that Gu Nianji had access to from the investigation on Guo Hongmao and send it to him. Gu Nianji looked down and raised her eyebrows. When she looked at Guo Huining again, there was a different look in her eyes. She suddenly asked, how is Guo Hongmao related to you? Guo Huining subconsciously frowned and said, Guo Hongmao. This name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? She didn't know Guo Hongmao. Was this an act, or was it real? Gu Nianji also looked at her in surprise. You don't know that the boss of the Monarch Descends law firm is Guo Hongmao? Guo Huining, she shook her head and said weakly and tiredly, now that you mention it, I remember, but I'm not familiar with him at all. If you're not familiar with the law firm, then how many cases did you handle with them? Gu Nianji didn't believe him. Guo Huining said weakly, why would I lie to you at a time like this? She continued, I have a senior who is a senior lawyer at the Monarch Descends law firm. I usually contact him. With him around, what does the boss of the Monarch Descends law firm have to do with me? Gu Nianji thought that with Guo Hongmao and Guo Huining's relationship, they should have contacted each other a long time ago. However, Guo Huining didn't seem to know him. Who is your senior at the Monarch Descends law firm? Hu Xiaoheng interrupted and asked. Jin Dazhuang. Gu Nianji, you know him too. Guo Huining glanced at Gu Nianji. He's quite capable, but he's just unlucky. Gu Nianji composed herself and realized that the Jin Dazhuang Guo Huining mentioned was the Jin Dazhuang here, not the Jin Dazhuang who had given her her first job in the other world. The Jin Dazhuang in the other world had lost a lawsuit with Gu Nianji and left the Jin Dazhuang law firm. He couldn't find a job anywhere and was taken in by He Zhichu. I can't believe he's still at the Monarch Descends. Gu Nianji mused. You really don't know Guo Hongmao. Why would I know him? Just because his surname is Guo. Fine, we're both surnamed Guo. We were one family 500 years ago, okay? Guo Huining slapped her forehead with her hand. She was getting more and more impatient. At that moment, Zhao Liangze had already sent some of Guo Hongmao's background information to Hu Xiaoheng. Of course, Gu Nianji had access to this information. Hu Xiaoheng read quickly and smirked. Guo Huining, your grandmother had a son before she married your grandfather, right? Guo Huining was speechless. Her face flushed with anger. How did you know that? My grandmother wasn't married before she married my grandfather. Hu Xiaoheng calmly looked up at her. Your grandmother had a son before she married your grandfather. His name was originally Kai Hongmao, but after she married your grandfather, this burdensome son changed his surname to your grandfather's. From this perspective, your grandfather knew about this child. However, he didn't live with your grandparents. He grew up with his maternal grandparents. This roundabout way, the corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. She wondered who would have the time to take such a roundabout route to Guo Huining. Guo Huining's face paled again when she heard this. She had no idea that she had such a relative, and that he was so powerful. After so many years, this Kai Hongmao, no, Guo Hongmao, had never appeared in the Guo family's life. Guo Huining had no idea at all. She shook her head blankly. I don't know this person. I've never seen him before. Is he the boss of the Monarch Descends law firm? Yes. Gu Nianji didn't fully understand what was going on, but she was already confident enough to fool Guo Huining. He's the boss of the Monarch Descends law firm. That's strange. Aren't you from a normal family? How is this uncle so rich that he could buy shares from Professor He? Is your grandmother's family very rich? That can't be right. If your grandmother's family is very rich, then your family definitely isn't a normal family. Gu Nianji immediately denied her guess. Guo Huining didn't know what was going on either. She quickly said, my grandmother's family is also a normal family. I heard from my father when I was young that they were a good match for ours. Then your uncle's biological father's family is rich? Gu Nianji asked curiously. I don't know about that. Guo Huining frowned and muttered, you'll have to ask him. And he's never acknowledged me. Gu Nianji asked. You really don't know this relative? This is the first chapter of the day, chapter 2134, The Monarch Descends. There are 2 chapters today. 8 p.m. on the second watch. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard booster tickets. The monthly tickets will be doubled. Begging for monthly tickets. P.S. Thank you to the 10,000 Chidian coins donated by Wu Ai Tang yesterday. Moi, everyone, my little angels, please remember the domain name of this book. The fastest website for mobile version, Chapter 2148. Guo Huining was upset and said unhappily, we're not relatives at all. Look at me, he didn't even think of hiring a lawyer for me. He just left me to fend for myself. I even helped him with his business in the past. Hu Xiaoheng studied Guo Huining's expression and determined she wasn't faking it. It seemed like she really didn't know Guo Hongmao. Guo Huining was angry and regretful at the same time. Actually, I brought a lot of business to the Monarch Descent law firm in the past 6 months, but he pretended not to know me. Although Guo Hongmao only took over the Monarch Descent law firm for a year and a half, his business is very big. He doesn't need your help. Gu Nianji brought up the Monarch Descent law firm's annual income on her phone. Look, this is the Monarch Descent law firm's annual income last year published on the law firm rankings. With this number, the Guos can easily enter the ranks of wealthy families. Guo Huining stared at the rankings, her body trembling as she said angrily, "He's obviously not acknowledging us. He doesn't even say anything when there's nothing going on. Now that I'm in trouble, he won't acknowledge me as his niece even more. You can't say that. He helped you set up a trap for old Madame Hong." Gu Nianji still remembered that old Madame Hong had hired the Monarch Descent law firm to make an apology for her. However, it had dragged on and Guo Huining had used a video apology and confession to slap her in the face. "You call that helping?" Guo Huining sneered, but she was also beginning to feel suspicious. At that time, it was clearly Do Ayin and Deputy Director Jiao who pulled the strings. How did it have anything to do with Guo Hongmao? Don't you really want to enter a wealthy family? Now that you have a chance, you might become one yourself. Why don't you care at all? Gu Nianji asked curiously. She couldn't understand Guo Huining's mentality. How could Guo Huining not care? But this uncle of hers hadn't had any contact with the Guos for so many years. How could she get close to him? There had to be a reason. Guo Xiaoheng carefully studied Guo Huining and saw that she didn't seem to be faking it. She really didn't know this uncle of hers. He smiled and continued Gu Nianji's words. "Yes, although your uncle didn't publicly acknowledge you, he didn't abandon you. He still helped you." "Are you talking about old Madame Hong?" Guo Huining didn't think that she was helping her at all. She was obviously helping herself. Guo Xiaoheng shook his head calmly. "No, it was even earlier than that." He paused, and seeing Guo Huining's confused expression, he continued, "More than 10 years ago, when you just graduated from university, with your family background, how did you think you would have the opportunity to get to know a rich young master like Hong Ziki? And the heir of the Hong family?" Guo Huining's eyelashes trembled rapidly, and her eyes blinked rapidly. What did you say?" Gu Nianji was also curious. "Oh yeah, how did you know Hong Ziki? Did you get to know him when you went to the Hong conglomerate to look for a job?" Guo Huining recalled that she had just graduated from university more than 10 years ago. At that time, she was also struggling to find a job. Although she graduated from a famous school, she didn't want to start as a junior lawyer like other students. She was smart, capable, and had many professional certificates in her hands. She was full of hope that she could soar to the top. However, without qualifications or family background, it was very difficult to get to a high position as soon as you graduated from school. Unless you were extremely lucky. Guo Huining had always thought that her achievements were the result of her own ability and heaven-defying luck. Of course, her luck had been completely crushed after meeting Gu Nianji. However, at that time, she was reminded that even the luck she had been so proud of wasn't hers. Someone had helped her. She immediately recalled that when she had gone to the Hong Corporation to interview for the position of the general manager's legal advisor, she had been rejected for the first meeting. However, a few days later, she received a call from the Hong Corporation. They said that the person in front of her had given up the opportunity for some reason and asked if she was interested in attending the second meeting. Guo Huining was overjoyed and couldn't have asked for more. She immediately set a date for the second meeting. After that, everything had been smooth sailing. She got the position and got to know the heir of the Hong Corporation, Hong Ziki. She got along well with him and soon confirmed their relationship. A year later, they were engaged. However, that was only until the engagement. After being engaged for more than 10 years, she still couldn't marry into the Hong family. Guo Huining told them all about it and said excitedly, "What do you mean? Was it because of Guo Hongmao that I got a second chance after I failed the interview?" Guo Xiaoheng said calmly, "From the clues provided by the HR director of the Hong Corporation, that was the case. She said that a businessman with the surname Guo was a big client of theirs. This person introduced you as a distant relative, so they gave you a second chance. Later, the Hong family saw that she was quite capable and tacitly approved of her relationship with Hong Ziki. Unfortunately, Guo Hongmao went abroad and didn't have any business with the Hong Corporation after he returned. After the Hong family learned more about Guo Huining's personality, they didn't approve of her marrying into the Hong family. After Hu Xiaoheng searched the monarch Descend's law office and discovered Guo Hongmao, Guo Huining's relationship with the Hong family caught his attention again. Hu Xiaoheng sent In Shixiang to find old Madame Hong and reinvestigate the case. As for Guo Huining, she knew nothing about it. However, she was very excited when she found out. Her face was terrifyingly red, and she was almost hysterical. If he was my uncle, why didn't he contact me for so many years? If he didn't want to acknowledge us as relatives, why did he help me? Doesn't he know that if he lifts someone up high and then leaves, he will make me fall to pieces? Who needs enemies when they have relatives like that? Guo Huining screamed hysterically. She couldn't take it anymore and said coldly, "That's enough. He helped you, and no matter the reason, he already gave you a higher starting point than everyone else. You don't cherish it, but blame others for lifting you up. Are you even speaking like a human?" Guo Huining was embarrassed by her words, but she didn't want to bow her head just like that. Isn't that right? If I hadn't been chosen by the Hong Corporation, I wouldn't have reached such a high position so quickly. I wouldn't have been so ambitious. I would have kept my feet on the ground. But what about him? He used this kind of method to lift me up, so I can't see myself clearly. Guo Huining continued to speak with conviction. Gu Nianji was speechless. She stood up and said to Hu Xiaoheng, "Let's go. I don't want to talk to this kind of person anymore." In her eyes, the whole world revolves around her. There's something wrong with anyone who doesn't revolve around her. This kind of person is delusional and paranoid. I feel like I'm going to lose my mind if I talk to her too much. This is today's second update, Chapter 2135, Relatives and Enemies. There are two updates today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. The monthly tickets are going to be doubled. Looking for monthly tickets? Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2149. Hu Xiaoheng was very calm. He had seen too many different kinds of people. He continued to calmly interrogate Guo Huining about Guo Hongmao. After confirming that it was also the first time that she knew about the relationship between him and Guo Hongmao, he did not continue to pursue the matter. It was almost 5 p.m. when Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng left the detention center. It was almost dark in the imperial capital on the 15th of the first month of the lunar calendar. However, the spotlessly white street lamps on the long street lit up like little lanterns, giving off the feeling of the Lantern Festival. The radio in the car played songs about Lantern Festival reunions, and the TV was also preparing for the Lantern Festival. Gu Nianji sat in the front passenger seat and propped up her chin with one hand as she stared at the street view. She thought about the new clue she had just heard and still found it amazing. She was silent for a while before taking out her phone and rereading the message Hu Xiaoheng had forwarded to her. This time, she stared at the phone messages related to Guo Hongmao for a while. Guo Hongmao had a total of 3 phones, one for work, one for contacting relatives and friends, and one for some unknown purpose. Zhao Liang's investigation showed that the first 2 phones had fixed numbers, but the third phone for some unknown purpose didn't have a number. Gu Nianji asked curiously, "Hu Xiao, do you know if Guo Hongmao has a phone without a number?" "Yes, it said that he carries it with him at all times, just like the other 2 phones." "But why would Guo Hongmao carry a phone without a number with him all the time?" Gu Nianji really wanted to know the reason. "Hu Xiao, where is Guo Hongmao? What about his 3 phones?" Gu Nianji's fingers rubbed the phone screen, itching to know. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her. "What do you want to do?" "I already alerted him when I raided the monarch Descend's law firm. He was overseas at the time and didn't return after hearing the news." At the time, they really didn't know the Monarch Descends law firm was so deeply involved. Then didn't you put a warrant out for him? Or did you want him to return? Gu Nianji asked quietly. Hu Xiaoheng's right hand drummed rhythmically on the steering wheel. His law firm didn't commit any crimes, so why put a warrant out for him? Moreover, I originally thought that since this was the property left behind by He Zhichu, there would still be a certain degree of protection. He had a preconceived notion that He Zhichu should have made sufficient arrangements for his business and wouldn't harm Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji understood what he meant and quickly said, Hu Xiao, you can't say that. At that time, my brother was so anxious, how could he have arranged everything properly? It's already good enough that he managed to sell it, and I think it must have been sold cheaply. What a pity. Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at her with a smile and turned the steering wheel onto the highway to Xishan. The first place they went to was Hu Xiaoheng's father, Wu Guanchen's villa in the West Hills. It happened to be diagonal to Lu Yuan's villa, but it was actually quite far away. Normally, he wouldn't go, but today was the holiday and he had promised Wu Guanchen that he would visit grandfather Hua. He drove quickly and soon arrived at Wu Guanchen's West Mountain villa. He turned off the engine and parked in front of the villa. Hu Xiaoheng opened the door for Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji jumped out of the car and hissed at the cold mountain air. Hu Xiaoheng calmly put on the furry hat that came with her down jacket. Gu Nianji's face looked even smaller against the halo of white fur. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help pinching her face and holding her hand. They walked to the villa door. He rang the doorbell, and the iron door quickly opened automatically to the side. Hu Xiaoheng led Gu Nianji in. Hu Guanchen stood on the steps in front of the main door of the villa and watched the two of them walk over with a smile on his face. Gu Nianji greeted him politely, Chief Hu, Happy New Year. Nianji, you're here. Come in quickly. Your grandfather has been waiting for you all day. Hu Guanchen stepped aside and watched Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng approach. Hu Xiaoheng looked around and didn't see any other cars. He thought the Zhang family hadn't come. However, when he and Gu Nianji entered the door, he knew he had guessed wrong. The Zhang family must have parked their car in the backyard, so when the two of them came in, they didn't see them in the front yard or the road at the gate. If he had known that the Zhang family was really coming, Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't have brought Gu Nianji into the house. However, it was fine now that she had come in, but his father Hu Guanchen's credibility in his heart had dropped again and again. It was almost negative. Gu Nianji saw the Zhang family as soon as she came in. Other than head nurse Zhang, everyone was here. Grandfather Hu's illegitimate son, Zhang Baochen's wife, Qian Shihui, and their son, Zhang Wenjie, and daughter, Zhang Wenna. The whole family happily gathered around grandfather Hu to enjoy the family reunion. Gu Nianji wasn't surprised that this family was related to grandfather Hu's family. He was their biological son, so why couldn't he enjoy family happiness? However, it was unbelievable that someone with Hu Guanchen's status could also be happy with them. However, although Gu Nianji was about to vomit in her heart, she still smiled and looked cute and easy to bully. She stood obediently beside Hu Xiaoheng, looking like a little bird that made people's hair stand on end. Zhang Wenjie stole a glance and blushed. Zhang Wenna rolled her eyes. Gu Nianji was a woman who knew how to pretend. When Gu Nianji first met her, she was really fooled by her cute appearance. Looking at how she behaved in court afterward, it was the perfect example of, don't judge a book by its cover. Also, being obsessed with looks could get you killed. Zhang Wenna kicked Zhang Wenjie without batting an eyelid. Zhang Wenjie reluctantly looked away, completely unaware that Hu Xiaoheng's death stare had been fixed on his head for a long time. Qian Shihui stood up with a smile and said warmly, Xiaoheng and Nianji are here. Thank you so much. Let's eat together later. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything, but He Guangchen already said, Xiaoheng and Nianji have something to do later. They'll be leaving after a while. To be honest, Hu Xiaoheng was only here because of He Guangchen. Grandfather Hu had already fallen from his position as an elder in his heart. Qian Shihui smiled awkwardly and said, then let's have a bowl of glutinous rice balls. It's the Lantern Festival. It's good to have glutinous rice balls. Hu Guangchen was tempted and glanced at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng replied calmly, no, I don't eat sweets. Nianji has a weak stomach, so she can't eat anything too sticky. Gu Nianji, her body was very healthy. Was the perfect gene just a boast? If Lu Jin heard Hu Xiaoheng say this, he would beat him up. Gu Nianji grumbled internally, but she still gave Hu Xiaoheng face by rubbing her stomach. She smiled shyly and said, Mrs. Zhang, you're too kind. My stomach really isn't good, so I'm very picky when it comes to glutinous rice balls. The glutinous rice flour has to be Xiangxi's Xianghe glutinous rice. It's the kind that's grown organically. It's purely hand-ground. Glutinous rice flour produced by machines always has a rusty taste. I can't get used to it. Also, the sesame filling in the glutinous dumplings is made from black sesame, a specialty of the Yunnan Guizhou Plateau. It's ground into black sesame powder after being steamed and dried 9 times. Qian Shihui, didn't they beat around the bush because they didn't want their things to be presentable? This is the first chapter of the day, chapter 2136, not presentable. It's 2 o'clock today. At 8:00 in the evening. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. It's the last day of December. Looking for monthly votes. P.S. Thank you to Wu Ai Tang for the 50,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Enigmaanxi for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Zeb602 for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2150. The Zhang family was silent. Even Grandfather Hu took a serious look at Gu Nianji. This little orphan girl with unknown parents was actually so particular about her food. When she was so familiar with the bowl of glutinous rice balls just now, Grandfather Hu almost thought that he was seeing his wife, Xie Xian, when she was young. Although she looked completely different from Gu Nianji, when it came to food, she had always been, never tired of eating delicacies. She was indeed a pampered young lady. Grandfather Hu's eyes darkened. In all these years, he had never missed his wife, who had passed away more than 10 years ago, as much as he did today. Dad, look at Miss Gu. She's looking down on our glutinous rice balls. Qian Shihui pursed her lips and criticized Gu Nianji in front of Grandfather Hu. However, Grandfather Hu raised his hand and said weakly, all right, she's not used to the food here. You guys can go. I'm already very happy that you came to see me today. As he spoke, he raised his head and said to Hu Guangchen, Guangchen, prepare a plane ticket for me. I want to go to France to see your mother. After his wife, Xie Xian, passed away, she wasn't buried in Babaishan. Instead, she left her last words that she wanted to be buried in her mother's home in France. At that time, the Xie family had sent a private plane to transport her coffin back to France and buried it in the Xie family cemetery. Hu Guangchen was slightly stunned, but quickly nodded in agreement. The Zhang family looked at each other awkwardly and didn't dare to say a word. After leaving Hu Guangchen's villa, Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng drove directly to the villa on the road. Gu Nianji saw that Hu Xiaoheng's mood seemed to be affected, so she wanted to change the topic and stop him from thinking about Grandfather Hu. She sat next to Hu Xiaoheng and tossed her phone like she was playing with a ball. She smiled and asked Hu Xiaoheng, Major General Hu, if I try to hack Guo Hongmao's phone now, will I alert the enemy? Hu Xiaoheng held the steering wheel with both hands and said without blinking, I've already asked little Zay to check. If you want to know anything, you can ask little Zay. Gu Nianji nodded like she was pounding garlic. I know. The other party is too powerful, and I don't want to disrupt your plans. Then I'll send Brother Zay a message and ask if he has any information I want to see. Not long after, Hu Xiaoheng's car arrived at the other side of the West Mountain and drove towards the villa halfway up the mountain. Zhao Liangzi sent the information that Gu Nianji wanted, but he sent it to Hu Xiaoheng first so that he could read it before forwarding it to Gu Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng looked at it and forwarded it to Gu Nianji. Take a look for yourself. See if there's anything new about Guo Hongmao's phone. The contents of the first mobile phone were normal. There was nothing bad about it. It was as clean as a lawyer's work phone. The second phone was the one he used to contact his relatives and friends. There was more content in this phone. Gu Nianji watched with relish. She sent the interesting content to a secret mailbox in the cloud and smiled at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiao, guess what I found? Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her and said without batting an eyelid, this is Guo Hongmao's biological father, right? You already knew. Stop pretending. Gu Nianji snapped her fingers and said with a smile, to be precise, he's the illegitimate child of the Kai family. He's the half-brother of Kai Songyin and Kai Sumin, right? Hu Xiaoheng didn't deny it, nor did he admit it. He smiled and said, he's Mr. Kai's illegitimate child. The Kai family is a family of scholars. What's so strange about that? It's precisely because they're a family of scholars that this kind of thing happens a lot. Can the illegitimate child of a scholar be called an illegitimate child? Gu Nianji winked at Hu Xiaoheng and smiled. This is a byproduct of a scholar's night of reading. So that means Guo Hongmao's capital for doing business has a source. Hu Xiaoheng didn't respond to Gu Nianji's words and thought about something else. You said it's from the Kai family, Mr. Kai's side. Gu Nianji shook her head. But he changed his surname to Guo again. It's obvious he doesn't want to be related to the Kai family. Why would he want the Kai family's money? Hu Xiaoheng didn't even think about it and immediately said, changing his surname might just be a smokescreen to prevent people from discovering the true source of his money. You have to know that he was already a big businessman more than a decade ago. Even the Hong Corporation has to give him some face. Gu Nianji shook her head and frowned at the phone. But he seems to still be in contact with Kai Sumin and Kai Songyin. He'll send them messages during the new year or something. They're not too close, but they're definitely not strangers. Unlike the Guo family, where he basically pretends his mother doesn't exist. Gu Nianji looked at it for a while and felt bored, so she closed the page and began to look at the information on Guo Hongmao's third phone. This phone didn't have a phone number, so it could only use Wi-Fi to surf the internet. Gu Nianji casually flipped through the contents of the phone and discovered there were a few text messages. The content of the text messages was very ordinary. However, the sender's number made the corners of Gu Nianji's eyes twitch. She happened to have seen this number before, and she knew that it was actually an empty number. It had been disguised by someone, so she couldn't find out where it had come from. Gu Nianji couldn't help asking Hu Xiaoheng, Major General Hu, have you checked the text messages on this phone without a phone number? Hu Xiaoheng nodded. You mean the number that sent the text messages, right? We've checked it. It's an empty number. It's been disguised, so we can't find out where it came from. He had the same opinion as Gu Nianji. She couldn't hesitate anymore. Seeing that Lu Yuan's villa was within reach, Gu Nianji patiently got out of the car with Hu Xiaoheng and entered the house. Nianji, you're finally here. I ordered a lot of your favorite dishes. Lu Jin happily came out to welcome them. Hu Xiaoheng walked behind Gu Nianji and greeted Lu Yuan and Song Jining, who were behind Lu Jin. CEO Lu, Miss Song. He handed over the gifts he had brought. Xiaoheng, you and Nianji should have come together. Why did you bring gifts? We're not outsiders, Song Jining said angrily as she took the gift from Hua Xiaoheng. It was a bottle of 1983 5-star Guizhou Mao Tai. It was much better than the 1983 Lafite. It was truly a priceless item. Lu Yuan was stunned when he saw it. After a long time, he smiled and said, "You actually have more of this wine." Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, "Grandmother left it behind. It's not much. It's all in the wine cellar. When I'm free in the future, I'll bring you a few bottles and put them here." Lu Yuan nodded. "We'll talk about it later." The few of them entered the house and sat down in the living room to exchange a few pleasantries. Lu Jin had arrived early in the morning. He was in the kitchen directing Lu Yuan to cook some dishes that he and Gu Nianji both liked to eat. Of course, Lu Yuan wouldn't only cook the dishes that Lu Jin and Gu Nianji liked to eat. He had made a few dishes that Song Jining and Hua Xiaoheng liked to eat. Now, they were basically all ready. The stewed, steamed, fried, and roasted dishes were all ready to be served. When they arrived, he would immediately stir-fry a few dishes and then they would be ready to eat. When Lu Yuan went to the kitchen to cook, Song Jining also went to accompany him. Lu Jin still wanted to go over, but Gu Nianji stopped him. She said coquettishly, "Dad, you've been with President Lu all day. Can you accompany me now?" When Lu Jin heard this, he couldn't even move. He sat on the sofa and almost took root. Seeing Gu Nianji like this, Hua Xiaoheng knew that she had something to say again, but he looked at her with a smile without saying anything. Gu Nianji gave him a look, then became serious and said, "Major General Hua, speaking of the text message I received on Guo Hongmao's third phone, I have some thoughts." Lu Jin blinked and held Gu Nianji's hand. "Miss, who is Guo Hongmao? What text message? What are you talking about? Can I listen?" "Of course you can." Gu Nianji patted the back of Lu Jin's hand and smiled. "We have no choice, so we want you to help us think about it and see if there's a breakthrough." "What is it? Can I help?" Lu Jin rubbed his hands excitedly. Tell me, tell me." Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng inquiringly. Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly and said, "It's like this. Guo Hongmao is Guo Huining's uncle, but he's her grandmother's illegitimate child." Hua Xiaoheng briefly introduced Guo Hongmao's background and his relationship with Guo Huining. Lu Jin understood and snorted. "It has something to do with Guo Huining. I'll see how I feel. I won't help if I can." This was today's second update, Chapter 2137, I Won't Help If I Can. There were 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's recommendation tickets and Chidian's golden keyboard support tickets. It's the last day of December. Asking for monthly votes. Tomorrow is 2019. What are your New Year's wishes? Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2151. On December 31, 2018, the Gold Sect Master of Hello, Major General, Cold Steel Grace, was born. This is really a day to remember. I'm actually a very nostalgic person. I've been writing books for 7 years. From the first subscription, the first monthly ticket, to the first reward, the first piece of Heshabi, the first Sect Master, to the first monthly ticket, then the Silver Award for the most popular author of the year, to the first Silver Sect Master, and the first Gold Sect Master, I remember all of them. Also, to my book review section moderator, book friend group administrator, and all the big shots and little angels in the group, although I don't come up to chat with you every day, you've always been in my heart. Because time is limited, I have to put my little spare time into writing articles. I know that everyone is gathered together because they like my articles. If I don't write a good article, how can I have the face to chat with everyone? I won't mention the fair, rich, and beautiful girls who chased after me to add updates as soon as I entered the group. 2019 is coming soon. Paper is short, love is long, so I won't talk nonsense. I know what everyone wants as a New Year's gift. I can now proudly announce. Hello, Major General has entered the last chapter and is preparing to wrap up the chapter. As for the specific day, I can't say, but it won't be too far away. Thank you, everyone, for following us for the past 2 years. Let's go smoothly in 2019, and let our wishes come true. Genius 1 second to remember this site's address. Mobile version, M. Chapter 2152. Gu Nianji, she rolled her eyes and pulled out a few saved text messages from her phone. After taking screenshots, she sent them to Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Jin. Dad, look at this. What's this? Lu Jin looked at his phone in confusion. Gu Nianji leaned against the sofa with one hand on the armrest. She said calmly, after Xiao Yi was injured, this was a text message sent by someone who called himself a kind-hearted person to Xiao Ye's mother, President Qin. What do you two think? This was the first time Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Jin had seen these 3 text messages. The first text message was sent more than a year ago, when Gu Nianji had just been abducted to the other world. Kind-hearted person, Gu Nianji has disappeared from this world. She won't come back. The second text message was sent about the same time as the first. Kind-hearted person, Xiao Yi was seriously injured to protect Gu Nianji. It was all because of Major General Hua's selfishness. Gu Nianji shouldn't have had such a high level of security. It was purely because Major General Hua wanted to give his fiancée better protection that he used his position for personal gain and arranged for your daughter to be her bodyguard. The third text message was sent half a year ago, when Gu Nianji had just returned from the other world. Kind-hearted person, Major General Hua has a miracle medicine that can cure your daughter. Why don't you go to him and ask him to take responsibility for your daughter? Lu Jin jumped up after reading it and said angrily, which son of AB****** is this so wicked? What did my girl do to him? He's been eyeing my girl all this time. He rolled up his sleeves and said fiercely, I want to see who has the guts to keep an eye on my girl. I'm not done with him. He then turned to look at Gu Nianji and said, who sent this? What's a short message? Do you have a phone number? Before Gu Nianji could say anything, Hu Xiaoheng said first, Nianji, where did you get these 3 text messages? Gu Nianji smoothed her hair in embarrassment and said with a shifty gaze. It was sent to me by President Qin after we came back. It had been half a year since they had returned from the other world. They had sent it to her at that time, and only now did she show it to Hu Xiaoheng. If she hadn't discovered the same number on Guo Hongmao's phone, she didn't know how long she would have kept it a secret. She didn't understand the reason, but she subconsciously wanted to hide everything related to Xiao Yi from Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her and continued to ask, what do these 3 texts have to do with what we were talking about earlier? Look at the number that sent the text. Gu Nianji forwarded the text and pouted at Hu Xiaoheng's phone. The screenshot of the text she sent just now did not include her account information. Now, he also sent the number of the direct text message. Hu Xiaoheng looked at it carefully and frowned. This is the same number that Guo Hongmao received on her phone. Gu Nianji nodded. Yes, it's the same number. So I was very surprised. What's going on? Lu Jin's gaze swept back and forth between Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng. What are you talking about? The Guo Hongmao you were talking about, does he have anything to do with these messages? It should be. As Gu Nianji spoke, she showed Lu Jin the text messages she had received on Guo Hongmao's phone without a phone number. Look, Guo Hongmao's phone has received a few text messages. The content is very normal, but the phone number that sent the text messages is abnormal. Lu Jin could tell at once. It was sent from the same number as the text messages that your President Chen received. Then what are we waiting for? Arrest him according to the number. Isn't it authenticated by his real name? That's the crux of the problem. Gu Nianji said with a headache, this number is fake. It's an empty number. No one uses this number at all. And when the text messages were sent, they disguised the path, so we can't find out what the real number is. Lu Jin completely understood now. He stretched out his hand. Don't worry, I'll go crack this disguised empty number for you right now. No one can hide any phone number in front of me, let me tell you. Neither Gu Nianji nor Hua Xiaoheng could crack the other party's program to hide the source of the fake number. Other than Lu Jin, they had no one else to turn to. If Lu Jin couldn't crack it, then the ability of the mastermind behind the scenes was beyond their imagination. Now that Lu Jin had offered to help, Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng both breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Nianji smiled and tugged at Lu Jin's lapel. Dad, there's no hurry. Let's crack it after dinner. Lu Jin was also a little hungry. He nodded. Okay, then let's go back to my lab and use the quantum computer to crack it after the Lantern Festival reunion dinner. He had set up a small laboratory for himself in Hua Xiaoheng's official residence suite. The computer inside had been modified by him. Gu Nianji happily walked towards the dining room with Lu Jin. Lu Jin walked quickly and went to the kitchen to look for Lu Yuan. Hua Xiaoheng pulled Gu Nianji a step slower and whispered, "What's wrong with you? Why did you hide it from me for so long?" "What did I hide from you?" Gu Nianji muttered and glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng raised his chin and looked down at her. "You know what I'm talking about." It was the text message that Xiao Ye's mother, President Qin, received. Gu Nianji turned her head away and said uncomfortably, "I realized that the phone number was an empty number. The real number was hidden by a disguise, so I thought I'd tell you after I cracked it. I didn't expect it to drag on until now." If Guo Hongmao's phone hadn't received a text message from the same number, would you still not have told me? Gu Nianji shook her head. That won't happen. In a while, even if you didn't ask, I would have told you. It was just that it had been a little awkward with Xiao Ye's family at that time, so Gu Nianji felt uncomfortable. She didn't want Hua Xiaoheng to know for the time being. The content of the text message made her heart ache. Hua Xiaoheng understood. He wrapped his arms around Gu Nianji's shoulders and looked down at her. He found it funny when he saw her wandering eyes. You can be jealous about this. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed the tip of her nose. You even said that Guo Huining didn't get the point. I think you have this problem too. Don't say it. Gu Nianji reached out and pinched Hua Xiaoheng's mouth. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Make things difficult for me. Hua Xiaoheng pulled Gu Nianji's hand away. Why would I make things difficult for you? This has something to do with you. Why would I make things difficult for you? That person said that you have the miracle medicine. Isn't that me? If my dad can't cure Xiao Yi, and you don't use my genes to treat her, then Xiao Yi will be paralyzed for the rest of her life. Will you feel bad about it? Besides, Xiao Yi is your comrade. You've always put your comrade before your girlfriend. How do I know you won't? This was the first update of the day, chapter 2138. I don't want to make things difficult for you. 10,000 words were delivered at midnight today. The second update was at 1:00 in the afternoon, and the third update was at 8:00 in the evening. Ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. PS. Thank you to Cold Iron Grace for the 10 million Chidian coins yesterday. Hello, Major General had finally welcomed its own Gold Alliance leader. Thank you to _Sing for the 60,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thanks to Love Follows MJ for tipping me 50,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Genius 1 second. Remember site address. Mobile version, M. Chapter 2153. Gu Nianji pouted and continued to mutter, back then in the blue hole in the Caribbean, you abandoned me and went to see your comrades first. Hua Xiaoheng. He was speechless at Gu Nianji's words. This silly girl had been through so much, but she still loved him with all her heart and was willing to be with him. Hua Xiaoheng thought that his life's luck had been used to meet Gu Nianji. Without her, he would never know how good it was to be in love with each other. I'm sorry. Hua Xiaoheng hugged her tightly. He felt very guilty, but he didn't regret what he had done. Gu Nianji secretly curled her lips and smiled. She had finally gotten over the matter. The two of them kissed in the aisle from the living room to the dining room. The moonlight on the 15th of the first month was clear and gentle. The silver-white light enveloped the forest and the mountains outside the villa. The elegant white window screen was charming and gentle. The silhouette of the two of them kissing looked like a statue of inseparable love from the floor-to-ceiling window outside. Lu Jin turned around to look for Gu Nianji and happened to see this scene. He had a gratified smile on his face. The girl had grown up and was really going to get married. Hua Xiaoheng hugged Gu Nianji and kissed her for a while before tidying her messy hair. He held her hand as they walked to the dining room. Lu Yuan, Song Jining, and Lu Jin were already waiting there. Seeing the two of them come in, Song Jining smiled and said, "The moon rises above the willow trees, and people meet after dusk. Today is the real lantern festival." Gu Nianji smiled embarrassedly and sat down next to Song Jining. Lu Jin sat on the other side of her, while Hua Xiaoheng sat in the empty seat between Lu Jin and Lu Yuan. It wasn't that she didn't want to sit with Hua Xiaoheng, but there were only 2 empty seats. Lu Jin must have done it on purpose. Gu Nianji wasn't angry. After all, the dining table was a round table today. Even if they didn't sit next to each other, they wouldn't be far apart. After Hua Xiaoheng sat down, he glanced at the dishes on the table. On the turntable in the middle of the round table was an 8-treasure winter melon cup, replacing Lu Jin's Buddha jumps over the wall. Because it took more than a day to make Buddha jumps over the wall, Lu Jin didn't have enough time to order in the morning, so he had to use an 8-treasure winter melon cup instead. The winter melon that Lu Yuan had picked was almost a perfect oval. He washed the winter melon clean, drained the water, and cut the upper end of the melon flat, like the top of a teapot. Then he dug out the winter melon, flattened the stem, and cut the cut part of the winter melon into a serrated shape, and placed it in the stew pot with the mouth facing up. Then, he chose a fresh and tender ground chicken, added Spanish black pork, Yunnan ham, wild bohai prawns, Jiangxi baojian magnolia slices, and sherdao scallops, and put them into the chicken's belly. Then, he added water and steamed it in the electric pressure cooker for 30 minutes. The meat was soft, but the shape of the chicken remained the same, and all the flavor was steamed in. Then, he poured the steamed chicken along with the ingredients in the stomach into the sliced winter melon. Then, he added lotus seeds, medlar, and lily slices. Finally, he steamed it in a stew pot for 30 minutes. It was done in just over an hour. The taste wasn't worse than the Buddha jumps over the wall soup, but it wasn't as nutritious as the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. The round table was surrounded by the 8-treasure winter melon soup, as well as a circle of everyone's favorite dishes. In front of Lu Jin was a steamed lobster baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its big red pincers were paired with a few tender yellow corn. The color was extremely eye-catching. In front of Gu Nianji was a plate of shrimp with slippery eggs. Although it looked simple, this kind of simple home-cooked dish was the one that tested the chef's skills the most. Gu Nianji immediately scooped a spoonful of it into her mouth. The slippery eggs were indeed slippery eggs. They melted in her mouth. She didn't know how Lu Yuan did it, but he perfectly blended the taste of the egg and the shrimp without overpowering the other's taste. The egg was the egg, and the shrimp was the shrimp. When the shrimp and egg were chewed together, the double taste instantly ignited the taste buds like fireworks. Gu Nianji even felt that even the Buddha jumps over the wall soup wasn't as delicious as this. She almost made a sound from her throat and couldn't help but take a second bite. In front of Song Jining was a bowl of brightly colored salted fish, chicken, and eggplant soup. It was also her favorite flavor. There was nothing special about this dish in the summer, but to have such fresh eggplant on the 15th day of the first lunar month, Lu Yuan had put in a lot of effort. In front of Hu Xiaoheng was a bowl of steamed ribs with black bean sauce, a plate of oysters, and a glass of Mao Tai in his hand. Using Mao Tai to send oysters was exactly how gluttons ate. Lu Yuan had prepared fish fillets with clear porridge. The clear porridge was stewed on a small alcohol stove, and the fish fillets were ready. When he ate, he picked up a piece and rolled it in the porridge, then dipped it in a little shredded ginger and light soy sauce before putting it into his mouth. The fishy smell of the fish fillets was gone at all, leaving only the tender and sweet taste of the fish. Other than that, there were also shiny rice noodles, exquisite shrimp dumplings, and xiaolongbao stuffed with Maryland blue crab meat as the staple food. Gu Nianji was full of praise as she ate. President Lu, your culinary skills have evolved again. You can show your true skills in daily life. You're practically a god. Song Jining smiled and said, of course. Nianji, haven't you noticed that I've gained 5 pounds since I got married? I couldn't tell. Gu Nianji looked at Song Jining carefully. I think you've gotten younger again. Your skin is so tender and smooth that I can't see any pores. What kind of skin care products did you use? Did you make them yourself? Song Jining laughed and shook her head. How would I know how to make skin care products? I only used normal moisturizers and sunscreen. I didn't use anything else. Lu Jin had just picked up the meat from the lobster pincers with a small pair of tongs when he heard this. Nianji, what kind of skin care products do you want? Facial mask, essence, or eye cream? I can do them all. Gu Nianji, she was just saying it casually. She was only 20 years old. Oh, no, she would be 21 this year. Gu Nianji was a little sad. She took another big bite of the shrimp with slippery eggs inside. The only way to solve my worries is with delicious food. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji and scooped her a bowl of 8 treasure winter melon soup with a serving spoon. He placed it in front of her across Lu Jin. I'm afraid the shrimp with slippery eggs is too fresh. Only the 8 treasure winter melon soup can suppress it. Have some winter melon soup and then have the xiaolongbao. Gu Nianji readily accepted his advice. She had always been a generous person when it came to food. She had learned from many people and had never been stingy. Lu Jin looked at her with a smile. He also picked up a plate of lobster meat for Gu Nianji and placed it in front of her. He said, "Girl, eat. There are still several steamed lobsters in Boss Lu's kitchen." Gu Nianji, both of them were treating her like a piglet who was a glutton. However, she was still in a very good mood. Gu Nianji didn't even want to say anything because she couldn't. She ate happily and seriously. Everyone present was infected by her and couldn't help but eat an extra bowl of rice. After the Lantern Festival dinner, Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng, and Lu Jin bade farewell and returned to Hu Xiaoheng's official residence. Hu Xiaoheng had drunk alcohol and couldn't drive. Gu Nianji happily took the steering wheel and began her racing journey. It was late at night on the 15th of the first lunar month, and there were quite a lot of cars on the highway. The headlights converged into a path of light, like a river that flowed endlessly. No wonder there was the term river of cars. Gu Nianji drove leisurely all the way and soon returned to the entrance of Hu Xiaoheng's official residence at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Lu Jin got out of the car proudly and said to Hu Xiaoheng in the back seat, "Xiaoheng, my girl's driving skills aren't bad, right?" Hu Xiaoheng, it was not bad. He looked at Gu Nianji and didn't say anything. He only smiled. Gu Nianji blushed a little when she heard this. She quickly pulled Lu Jin into the house and said, "Dad, I can't wait any longer. Try to see if you can crack it." Lu Jin's attention immediately shifted to the disguised phone number. He said, "Give me some time. I'll see what algorithm I need to use." "Dad, I hope the algorithm you used is optimized. It's best if we can crack it with the computers we have," Gu Nianji said implicitly. Lu Jin's quantum computer couldn't be used openly for 50 years, so they needed an algorithm that could crack the program using the most advanced computers available. That way, they could use it as evidence in court when needed. Because cracking the other party's disguised phone number or IP address was actually a competition of computer computing power. Any program that cracked the password couldn't bypass the hardware condition of the computer's performance. Therefore, the password that Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng couldn't crack was not a problem for Lu Jin, because he had a quantum computer that was at least 50 years ahead of the technological level of this era. After Lu Jin entered his laboratory, he first began to design the algorithm. Even if he had the most powerful computer, he couldn't always rely on the computer's performance. He would also improve the software, which was the algorithm, further improve the cracking method. Otherwise, he would be stuck in a rut and wouldn't be able to improve anymore. The disguised phone number that Gu Nianji had given him did require some ingenuity to crack it. In other words, he had to find the optimal value in the algorithm. This was also Gu Nianji's request for him. Because of this request, Lu Jin spent nearly a week to find the optimal algorithm. He first entered the algorithm into his quantum computer and began his own cracking program. To his surprise, even with his quantum computer, it took him nearly an hour to completely crack the other party's disguise. At this speed, it would have taken Hua Xiaoheng and the others about a week to use the supercomputer in the central control room. Lu Jin looked at the 4-digit invalid phone number and fell into deep thought. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't find anything wrong. After a long time, he picked up his phone and called Gu Nianji, who was still working in the Senate. "Nianji, the number has been cracked. Although I think there are still some problems, the results should be right." Gu Nianji was a little confused. The result was right. What other problems could there be? She had just finished a meeting, and her mind was still filled with the chaotic sounds from the meeting. She immediately said, "I'll be right back." "Dad, have you told Major General Hua?" Lu Jin shook his head. "Inform him." Actually, Hua Xiaoheng was working in the office building of the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Gu Nianji casually sent him a text message, "The password has been cracked." Hua Xiaoheng immediately knew what was going on. He quickly packed up the things on his table and returned to his official residence. Gu Nianji arrived home 20 minutes later. She couldn't care less about going to her bathroom to wash up as usual. Instead, she immediately went to Lu Jin's small laboratory. Hua Xiaoheng was already waiting there. He obviously knew the answer. He frowned slightly and sat on the round sofa in the middle of the laboratory, lost in thought as he looked at the information in front of him. Gu Nianji gently knocked on the door. Lu Jin looked up and waved at her. He said in a low voice, "Come here, look at this number." Gu Nianji almost jogged to Lu Jin's back. When she saw the 4-digit phone number on the screen in front of Lu Jin, she was so shocked that her mouth couldn't close. Her mouth formed a round O shape. After a long time, she exclaimed, "It's another invalid number. So it's still related to the other side." The other side was, of course, the parallel world to their side. It was also the world He Zhichu was in. Gu Nianji reacted and turned to look at Hua Xiaoheng. She asked, "Major General Hua, should we think of a way to call young Master He?" Hua Xiaoheng subconsciously didn't want to contact He Zhichu anymore. However, the phone number that Lu Jin had cracked showed that it had a lot to do with the other world. Who could it be in the other world? Gu Nianji crossed her arms and paced back and forth in Lu Jin's small laboratory. Who else could it be? Lu Jin snorted. Of course it's the shameless father and daughter, Qin Beoi and Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji, alright, her biggest enemies were also these two. But Qin Yaoguang has already become a guinea pig, and Qin Beoi has been personally killed by General He. Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks and carefully thought about the timeline of these events. Lu Jin said, judging from the time of these text messages, Qin Beoi or Qin Yaoguang must have contacted us while we were still in the other world. You mean that the series of events related to the Hong family, Guohuaning, and Ms. Song were all orchestrated by Qin Beoi or Qin Yaoguang in the other world? Hua Xiaoheng asked hesitantly. He didn't think it was that simple. Gu Nianji thought about it and nodded. I do have my doubts. The other text messages can be explained clearly, but the last text message. She took out her phone, opened the text message, and clicked on it. Kind man, Major General Hua has a miracle medicine that can cure your daughter. Why don't you go to him and ask him to take responsibility for your daughter? This text message was sent half a year ago, after we returned from the other world. Gu Nianji looked up at Hua Xiaoheng with clear and bright eyes. At that time, Qin Yaoguang was no longer a human, and Qin Beoi was also dead. Could it be that someone else from the Qin family was involved in this matter? I don't think anyone else from the Qin family was involved in this matter. Hua Xiaoheng relaxed. You can call He Zhichu and ask him how much he knows about the Qin family. With He Zhichu's current status and power, the Qin family should have already been clearly arranged by him. Gu Nianji only went to look for Song Jining after receiving Hua Xiaoheng's permission and asked to call He Zhichu in the other world again. This was the second update of the day, 4,000 words, chapter 2139, the code has been cracked. The first and second update of 1 million Chidian dollars to Cold Iron Grace, September has been delivered. The third update of the 4,000-word chapter was updated at 8 p.m. Ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you so much, moi, all the big shots and little angels. Genius. 1 second to remember website address. Mobile version, M. Chapter 2154. This time, she didn't call He Zhichu for personal matters, but for official matters. Hua Xiaoheng had specially applied for a use permit from the military. Therefore, Song Jining gave her half an hour to talk. The quantum communicator could connect the phones between the two worlds, but it also required a huge amount of high-energy magnetic field energy. Gu Nianji cherished the call time and opportunity. As soon as the call connected, Gu Nianji immediately said, "Young Master He, is that you?" He Zhichu was reading a magazine in his bedroom. He was wearing a pure white nightgown with a loose belt around his waist. He was sitting on the sofa with one leg crossed and a glass of red wine in his hand. He Zhichu's eyes flashed when he heard Gu Nianji's ringtone. He picked up the phone in an extremely calm manner and answered the call. He didn't notice that the red wine had already poured out of the glass and stained the front of his nightgown dark red. Gu Nianji's light and anxious voice came from the Bluetooth headset. He Zhichu closed his eyes and imagined that she was by his side. He smiled and whispered, "Nianji, don't be anxious. Take your time." The voice was made with air. It was clear and had the toughness of high-quality jade. Even though it was coming from the phone's speaker, it was still soul-stirring. However, Gu Nianji was so anxious that she didn't realize the emotions in the voice at all. She was already pouring everything out like a bamboo tube as she recounted her recent findings. Finally, she said, "We finally cracked the disguised phone number and discovered that the real number that sent the text message was actually a 4-digit number. We used to think that it was an invalid number from this side. But now we know that this kind of number is actually a text message sent from the other world using a quantum communicator." He Zhichu's personal phone now had a 4-digit phone number on it. He Zhichu composed himself and slowly opened his eyes. He said coldly, "You mean, the problem you're facing now was caused by our people? How else could you explain that invalid 4-digit number?" Gu Nianji looked at the laptop in front of her and continued, "When I was over there, I heard Wen Shui personally admit that Qin Bei had personally intervened in the operation here." He Jichu frowned. "But Qin Bei is already dead. He can't be any more dead. I've confirmed that his remains were later transported back from the Tunguska sinkhole." Gu Nianji, "If it's not Qin Bei, then who could it be?" He Jichu thought about it and said, "I can be sure that there is no one on our side who can threaten you. Qin Bei is dead, Qin Yaguang is crippled, and the Qin family's assets have been confiscated. The Qin family's hospital is now a public hospital, no longer a private hospital." Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief when she received confirmation. She was afraid that the people from that side were still stirring up trouble. It would be difficult to deal with them, and she would have to trouble He Jichu. Now that she had confirmed that it had little to do with the other world, she was relieved. But who sent the last message? Gu Nianji still asked in confusion. "You said that Qin Bei was already dead and Qin Yaguang was already crippled by that time. Is it possible for the other Qin family members?" He Jichu denied it flatly. "Impossible. Because they have no access to the quantum communicator. This thing was very precious even in the other world, and the research was conducted by state agencies. Moreover, the quantum communicator required a lot of energy." Gu Nianji's eyes suddenly lit up. "No. Even if someone else on your side can access the quantum communicator, it's impossible for them to send a text message. Because you don't have enough magnetic field energy on your side anymore. More than a year ago, when He Jichu's father, He Qingjian, had her kidnapped to the other world, Lu Jin had already fought an energy battle with He Qingjian in order to save Gu Nianji. That battle had depleted the high-energy magnetic field energy that Lu Jin and He Qingjian had stored. If they wanted to accumulate it again and obtain the energy to freely use the magnetic field resonator and the quantum communicator, it would take them decades. The complexity and technical means involved were not something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. He Jichu clenched his fingers tightly. He was silent for a moment before nodding. "Yes, you're right. We don't have enough magnetic field energy on our side anymore. So even if it was him, even if he missed her like crazy, he could only wait patiently for her to call him. He couldn't even take the initiative to call her." A thought flashed through Gu Nianji's mind, and she stood up excitedly. That means those text messages probably didn't come from the other world. Although she still couldn't figure out why the phone number that Lu Jin had cracked was a 4-digit invalid number, she was sure that this 4-digit invalid number was completely different from the 4-digit invalid number that she had personally experienced before. The 4-digit phone number that she had personally experienced at that time had really come from the other world. She had Wen Shui's proof, and the data in the quantum communicator could be found. The 3 text messages that President Qin had received on her phone were definitely not from the other world. This was because when she had sent those 3 text messages, Gu Nianji had already been kidnapped to the other world. At the same time, the energy of the other world had disappeared in the energy war. Therefore, when she appeared on Snake Island in the other world no longer had enough energy to support the quantum communicator. He Jichu thought about it for a moment and reminded her, "I don't know what's going on either, but I want to remind you that you can rest assured on my side, but the danger on your side shouldn't be over yet." He Jichu could ensure that there was no one in his world who could threaten Gu Nianji's safety, but he couldn't reach the other world. Gu Nianji was slightly stunned. "Our side? I don't think so. Other than Qin Yaguang and Qin Bei, and perhaps Wen Shui, they're all on your side. Who else wants to kill me? Nianji, do you still remember when Wen Shui went to your world and pretended to be Japanese, Yamaguchi Yuko and Yamaguchi Aiko? The Japanese gave her a lot of convenience. Why would the Japanese give her convenience? How did she contact them? Haven't you thought about it?" Gu Nianji seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes flashed. She took a deep breath and calmed her chaotic emotions. Gradually, she had an idea of what to do. She didn't want He Jichu to worry too much, so she smiled and changed the topic. She said casually, "I understand. Thank you, brother. You're really a wake-up call. I know what to do." Actually, she didn't know what to do at all. She just didn't want He Jichu to worry. He Jichu also understood her intentions, so he didn't expose her. His almond-shaped eyes flashed with a smile, and his thin lips pursed slightly. He said lightly, "It's good that you know. You can look for me if you need anything in the future." After a pause, He Jichu continued, "If Hu Shaoheng still can't protect you, don't be afraid. There's still me." At most, he would discuss it with the people here and ask them to take him over. He wasn't from here, so he didn't have to follow the rules here. In short, he wouldn't let Gu Nianji suffer any more harm. Gu Nianji was extremely grateful and said repeatedly, "Thank you, brother. I know, I won't be afraid." He Jichu nodded slightly and said, "One more thing. I just remembered that the Monarch Descent law firm I sold over there actually had a condition." Gu Nianji blinked. "What condition?" "The condition was that within 7 years, if you didn't come forward to ask for the assets back within 7 years, then they would truly have the final ownership of the assets. Now that you've gone back, the Monarch Descent law firm actually dared to go against you. Then don't hold back and ask for the assets back. All of my assets had this condition when I sold them cheaply. Otherwise, why would I sell them cheaply? To be specific, the Monarch Descent law firm in the Huaxia Empire is my only asset in the Huaxia Empire. A small portion is in the United States, and the majority is in South America. Because I borrowed the identity of the He family over there to set up a trap in South America, support the He family, and earn my first bucket of gold. Otherwise, how do you think the He family suddenly rose to become the godfather of South America's underground?" He Jichu said lightly, "I set up a fund for you over there, named after you. The fund is located in Bermuda, and the specific legal documents are in a safe deposit box in Switzerland. The password to the safe deposit box is your birthday and your initials. I transferred all of the assets to this fund, and it will be held by the fund. This fund is a revocable fund, and it only has a lifespan of 7 years." Gu Nianji was terrified and shocked. "There's such a thing. Why didn't you tell me before?" He Jichu was silent. He thought to himself, "You didn't come back at that time, so why did you tell me?" He had this condition when he sold all of the assets over there. It wasn't that he had the ability to predict, but as a lawyer, he was like his mother, Qin Suan. He would think through everything thoroughly and consider all kinds of situations, especially situations that were disadvantageous to him. So at that time, he had also thought that if Gu Nianji still came back in the end, then the huge assets he had left behind would be her strong support and protect her for the rest of her life. As for the 7-year period, He Jichu felt that if Gu Nianji didn't come back in 7 years, then she must have stayed in the other world to have children with him. Then he didn't mind giving up these assets and treating it as charity. "Brother, why didn't you say so earlier? Otherwise, I wouldn't have such a headache." Gu Nianji stomped her feet and couldn't help but pout coquettishly to her older brother. He Jichu smiled and said casually, "You have Hu Shaoheng, so do you still need me? It's better if you don't know what I've done for you." He was comparing him to Hu Shaoheng again. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and pulled herself together. "Brother, don't be like this. You're unique in my heart. I still quarrel with Major General Hua and have conflicts, but with you, I won't." "Won't?" He Jichu smiled faintly. He remembered when he and Gu Nianji first met in the other world. Because they couldn't tell the truth, there wasn't a day when the two of them didn't have conflicts. At that time, it was a headache and even annoying. But now that he thought about it, he realized how precious that kind of free interaction was. It was something he couldn't get his entire life. He thought that as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to let it go. How long would that take? Not long, just a lifetime. He slowly curled the corners of his lips and said coldly, "Then you know now. When you have time, go to Switzerland and open the safe and take out those things. Those things were originally yours. How can you let those people use your things against you? You have to teach them a lesson." Gu Nianji felt a little embarrassed and quickly said, "Brother, those things are still yours. I'll keep them for you. All the proceeds are still in the fund, and I won't take a single cent. When you have the chance to come over in the future, it'll be more convenient for you to spend your own money. I still have the chance to come over." He Jichu sneered. "Don't paint a picture of me. Of course you have the chance, as long as you want to." Gu Nianji smiled slyly. She almost told He Jichu that she had taken a few strands of his hair before she left and had already marked his DNA in the instrument here. If he wanted to come over, he could turn on the magnetic resonance instrument and pick him up at any time. Of course, she didn't have the final say in this matter. She had to consider Hua Xiaoheng's mood and wishes, and she also had to get the consent of the Huaxia Empire government. Even if He Jichu was her biological brother, this kind of matter wasn't her personal matter. Because the instrument and energy weren't hers, she couldn't shamelessly boast in front of He Jichu. He Jichu thought that Gu Nianji was painting a picture of him, so he smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll think about it when I have the chance and see if I can make it happen." "What if I can't?" "If I can't make it happen, I'll give you a gift." Gu Nianji smiled even more happily, and her big eyes almost narrowed into slits. "Okay, I'll draw every day. Every time I think about it, I'll add a stroke. When the time comes, I'll count how many gifts you'll give me." Gu Nianji screamed exaggeratedly, "Every day? No. I'll go bankrupt. Brother, please spare me." He Jichu was amused by Gu Nianji. He chatted for a while more before hanging up. After Gu Nianji finished the call, she walked out of the house and saw Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Jin, Song Jining, and Lu Yuan looking at her in the living room. Gu Nianji let out a long sigh and sat down. She pursed her lips and recounted the conversation she had with He Jichu. Of course, she didn't say the usual things she had with He Jichu to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Lu Jin slapped his thigh. "I knew there was a problem. She's so F***ing amazing. Even I was fooled. I knew it was a 4-digit number. It must be right, but these 4 digits didn't come from the other side." Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a while and said in a low voice, "We can't say that this matter has nothing to do with them." "What do you mean?" Gu Nianji tilted her head and asked. "I already said that they don't have any energy on their side." Hua Xiaoheng rested his hands on the armrest of the single-seater sofa and crossed his legs. He said thoughtfully, "First of all, Professor Lu was the one who cracked this number, which means that the other party was deliberately misleading us. Secondly, the other party was able to mislead us like this, which means that they knew about the existence of the other world. They also knew that using the quantum communicator to contact the other world would result in an invalid 4-digit number. Finally, the other party should have contacted the other world and knew something about the other world." This was the third update of the day, 4,000 words, chapter 2140, not long, just a lifetime. The third and fourth update of 1,000,000 Qidian coins to Cold Iron Grace, September has been sent. Please ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you so much. Kiss me, big shots, little angels. Chapter 2155. The question now is, how much does our enemy know about the other world? What is his relationship with the Qin family in the other world? Also, how much does he know about Nianji? Hua Xiaoheng continued, Nianji, do you still remember that when Shi once told her to contact a person with the code name Q of Hearts when she was operating as a Japanese in this world? Q of Hearts. Gu Nianji suddenly looked up. Yes. How could I forget about this person? When Shi only mentioned this person once. She didn't even mention it to Qin Yaoguang and Qin Beiyoi. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. We should investigate who this Q of Hearts is. However, this wasn't something that could be investigated in a short period of time. They had too few clues at hand. Therefore, everyone's thoughts returned to the invalid 4-digit number. Gu Nianji pondered for a moment and said, but if it wasn't sent from the other world, then why did it show the same invalid 4-digit number? Who sent it? Moreover, it could make her father Lu Jin's quantum computer calculate this result. This was too impressive. Gu Nianji's first reaction was to reject this question. Her father wouldn't make a mistake, and neither would the quantum communicator. A 4-digit number must be a 4-digit number. Could it be that they were prejudiced? As soon as they saw the 4-digit number, they thought that the number came from the other world. The living room fell silent for a moment. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his chin with his hand and pondered for a long time before saying slowly. Actually, there's another situation where a 4-digit number would appear. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed as she remembered. If they hadn't been misled by preconceived notions and thought of the twists and turns from the other world the moment they saw a 4-digit phone number, this problem would have been very simple. She raised an eyebrow and said crisply, an internal line. It's possible for a 4-digit number to appear on the local network's internal line. The 4-digit number that Gu Nianji had encountered previously had already been confirmed to not be an internal line on the regional network, so they had finally traced it to the other world. This time, they didn't rule out the possibility of an internal line at all. They immediately determined that it came from the other world. The other party was too well prepared. First, he used a very complicated encryption program to hide the phone number of the text message. Then, even if they could crack this program, once they cracked the program and saw the 4-digit, invalid number, they would immediately think of the quantum communicator from the other world. It could be imagined that the other party's grasp of their habits of thinking and the direction of their hearts was truly amazing. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. That's easy. I'll immediately ask Xiao Zhe to find out who has this number on the internal line. However, we can't alert the enemy, so we have to hold back for the time being. Since these 3 messages were received by Director Chen, then the person who sent the messages should be someone from within the military headquarters compound. At the same time, he sent a message to General Ji, telling him, the crabs in the basket have gone bad. They need to be fed berry a meal. That was their intelligence term. It meant that there was a thief inside and they had to catch the thief. Zhao Liangzi received Hua Xiaoheng's encrypted text message and immediately entered the 4-digit number into the internet. After checking, he found that the number was indeed the internet number of a senior colonel's family at the military headquarters. This senior colonel's surname was Yan, and he was from the Yan family in the imperial capital. He was in charge of logistics and equipment and had once made great contributions. It was said that he was about to be promoted to Major General. Everyone in the military system knew that it was a qualitative leap to be promoted from a field officer to a general. Many senior colonels had endured until the age of transfer or retirement, but they still couldn't be promoted and finally stopped at the senior colonel rank. This was the saying, there are many paths ahead, and the skilled are bold. After Zhao Liangzi locked onto Senior Colonel Yan, no one was alerted. He only sent an encrypted code to Hua Xiaoheng, locked. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said to the people in the living room, "We've found him. From now on, he will be under our surveillance 24 hours a day. Don't worry. This person couldn't be caught right away. He had to be tracked down." Gu Nianji snorted and leaned weakly on the sofa. She hugged her head and said, "I'm so tired. I think I need to sleep for 2 days to recover." She had almost been led astray by the other party. It was too dangerous. If she had really been wrong, it would have been, a slight error would have led to a great error. Lu Jin crossed his arms and said with emotion, "This time, it's not a simple algorithm problem. It includes an estimation of the human heart and a grasp of the conditions. Nianji, this trap was set up by the combination of the Book of Changes and chaos mathematics." Gu Nianji gradually understood. So that's how it is. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. The Book of Changes gives you the rules of the jigsaw puzzle, and chaos mathematics uses this rule to calculate the probability of each event happening. In the end, you take the event with the highest probability and make arrangements. Basically, the subsequent events will follow the plan you designed. So it was all calculated. Gu Nianji thought of the online game that could simulate all kinds of events. Her eyes darted around and she said, "This opponent is really thoughtful. He spent so much effort to target Miss Song." Then she changed the topic and said, "But this opponent doesn't seem to know that the other world no longer has high-energy magnetic field energy. This was the biggest failure of this trap. If it weren't for this reason, Gu Nianji and the others wouldn't have been able to discover the flaws in this trap so easily." Lu Ji nodded and deduced, "This means that this person doesn't have as much connection to the other world as we thought. Moreover, he shouldn't be young master He's trusted aide, so he shouldn't be someone in the core circle of power. Yes, if he was young master He's trusted aide, or someone in the core circle, he would know about the problem of the magnetic field energy. He wouldn't have designed this trap with such a major loophole." Knowing that it had nothing to do with He Jichu, Gu Nianji couldn't help but smile. She shifted on the sofa and smiled even sweeter. Lu Yuan listened quietly for a long time, one hand resting on the side of his cheek. After a while, seeing that everyone was silent, he asked curiously, "Do you really think that the other party's target is just Jinning?" Gu Nianji, "Who else?" "Me." She couldn't help pointing at herself. "Didn't you say that I might be incidental?" "No, I mean, their target also seems to be Xiaoheng." Lu Yuan looked at Hu Xiaoheng thoughtfully. "Nianji, I've already seen your text messages on Professor Lu's phone. At that time, you were still in the other world. They probably thought that you wouldn't come back, but they were still sending text messages to Xiao Ye's mother. The topics were all related to Xiaoheng." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2141, The Crab Has Gone Bad. Today, it was still the third update of the day. The second update was at 1:00 in the afternoon, and the third update was at 8:00 in the evening. Ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. PS. Thank you to Ink Snow and Seb602, each for the 100,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Wu Ai Tang for the 50,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Flying Blue Emperor Phoenix for the 30,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Heaven's Candy and Little One Kiss for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Thank you so much. Kiss all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2156. Gu Nianji recalled the text messages about wanting Hu Xiaoheng to take responsibility, and felt a little uncomfortable. She coughed and said, "Could it be that he wanted to stall Major General Hua so that he wouldn't look for me everywhere?" Lu Yuan, after a while, he smiled and said, "That's also very likely." Lu Jin immediately became smug. They've misjudged him. How could my son-in-law be the kind of retarded man who wouldn't know what was going on after being provoked? If he was, I would have gotten rid of him a long time ago. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's eyes twitched imperceptibly. Gu Nianji laughed so hard that she almost collapsed on the sofa. The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. He ignored Lu Jin's exaggeration and continued, "Also, He Jichu actually didn't think it through." "How is it not thorough?" Gu Nianji immediately asked. Even if my brother left, he still left me a lot of security. How could a normal person think so much? But humans die for wealth, just as birds die for food. Perhaps it's because he left you a lot of security that some people have made Nianji a target, Lu Yuan said unhurriedly. Gu Nianji's eyelids twitched. Are you talking about my brother's conditions for selling his assets? What do you think? Lu Yuan spread his hands. Although I didn't see He Jichu's assets with my own eyes, I know it's not a small amount. It'll probably add up to a considerable amount of wealth. And this wealth was probably sold at a low price back then, and there was even a condition. So what would the people who bought those assets think? Of course, they would try their best to keep these assets. Originally, when you went missing, those people thought you wouldn't come back, so they naturally didn't have any worries. But you came back, and within 7 years, those people knew that they probably wouldn't be able to keep their assets. But I didn't get it back. Gu Nianji said in confusion. I didn't even know about it. If He Jichu hadn't said anything, those people would have been able to sit back and enjoy this unexpected fortune. They don't know that you don't know. Lu Yuan smiled as if he was telling a tongue twister. He even patted the confused Song Jining beside him. Song Jining wasn't very clear about this kind of thing that was motivated by wealth, but after listening to Lu Yuan's explanation, she understood. After a moment of surprise, he said. But how did the person who bought young Master He's property know that Nianji was missing? Other than the sovereign descent law firm, young Master He's assets are all abroad, right? Gu Nianji added, a small portion is in the United States, and the majority is in South America. The sudden rise of the He family in South America and their rise to become the underground godfather is related to my brother. The He family on this side had been struggling at death's door in South America, and they had almost no influence at all. They could not be compared to the He family in the other world at all. However, after He Jichu arrived, he found the He family here and used the identity of the He family to start planning. Song Jining nodded. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng and then at Lu Yuan. And I remember that only a very small number of people knew about Nianji's disappearance, and most of them were high-ranking people. Later, I received a secret order to speed up the repair of the magnetic resonance instrument. It was sent to me directly by General G. Even the researchers around me didn't know what I was doing. Anyway, they were often busy with their own experiments, and Song Jining would also do some experiments that only she was involved in. Therefore, no one knew that Huaxia Empire had already mastered the high-precision technology to activate the parallel space magnetic field. Lu Yuan didn't know about this situation. He was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Hu Xiaoheng and said, "Is that so? Only a few people know about Nianji's disappearance." Hu Xiaoheng's expression was very serious. He nodded and said, "At that time, I was the one who ordered a strict lockdown on the news of Nianji's disappearance. Other than the people involved in the rescue, no one else knew. The people involved in the rescue were all elites of our special operations forces. They wouldn't leak the secret. Even they thought that Nianji had been kidnapped by foreign forces, so they didn't know about the news from the other world. Among the upper echelons, General G, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai knew, but they couldn't leak the secret. Most of the other people who knew were the upper echelons of the military." Thinking of the senior colonel surnamed Yen just now, Hu Xiaoheng vaguely felt that a thread had already stretched out from the darkness, trying to weave a net. There seemed to be a black spider sitting cross-legged in the net. The spider's eyes were venomous as it stared at them. Gu Nianji didn't expect things to turn around and end up back at her. She couldn't help but say in confusion, "All right, even if someone leaked the secret about my disappearance, there were too few people who knew that I went to the other world. Could it also be someone who leaked the secret?" "Not necessarily," Hu Xiaoheng immediately said. Hu Xiaoheng immediately said, "If I'm not wrong, other than our country, there are other countries trying to contact the other world." Song Jining immediately nodded. That's right, they're all working on this technology. Lu Yuan also gave evidence. More than 20 years ago, Gu Xiangwen from this world contacted me one way because of this matter. He said that other countries were all working on this technology. If we didn't, we would fall behind again in the fifth technological revolution. That was why the military started this experiment. In other words, 18 years ago, Song Jinning's father, director Song Haichuan, had already built the first generation of magnetic resonance instruments according to Gu Xiangwen's suggestion. It's a pity that we didn't control the energy well at that time, which led to the big explosion. Song Jinning sighed. Therefore, Wu Guanyuan and the 4 soldiers around him, who were involved in the experiment, were accidentally sent to the other world. No, the big explosion at that time wasn't an experiment error, Gu Nianji said faintly. Gu Nianji said faintly, don't forget, we've already proven that someone was behind it. Alright, we can conclude that someone was behind the big explosion 18 years ago. This time, Jinning was attacked, and Nianji was implicated. Since last year, Xiaoheng has been targeted by the other party. Lu Yuan concluded, all of this shows that the other party's target is actually more than one person. He looked at Song Jinning's incomparably beautiful face, then his deep gaze shifted to Gu Nianji's dainty and lively smile. Finally, he looked at Hu Xiaoheng's handsome, masculine face and said, don't you think that the other party is very ambitious? What do you mean? Lu Jin didn't understand. Is there any reason why the 3 of them were targeted? If my guess is correct, Jinning represents the past of Huaxia Empire, Xiaoheng represents the present of Huaxia Empire, and Nianji represents the future of Huaxia Empire. They're targeting our country's past, present, and future. Were they trying to destroy the country? Gu Nianji was speechless. She felt that Lu Yuan was being alarmist. Hu Xiaoheng wasn't very comfortable either, but he didn't show it. He only said lightly, Nianji and I are of the same generation. He refused to be divided into 2 generations with Gu Nianji, even though he was 10 years older than her. He thought for a moment and said, but Nianji can indeed represent the future. The son she will give me in the future will be the future of our country. Without him, she will have no future. Song Jinning, son, I respect you for being a hero. Even someone as arrogant as Lu Jin was stunned by Hu Xiaoheng. Only Lu Yuan could still speak. He smiled slightly. I was just making an analogy. Don't worry too much about the details. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, if only the other party had such great ambitions. I'm afraid that their genius planner would be wasted for a trivial matter. He wasn't afraid that the other party would be too powerful, but he was afraid that the other party would be too stupid. If he was schemed against by such a person, he would probably vomit up 3 liters of blood. Lu Jin clapped his hands and cheered. He said loudly, that's right. People who have a deep understanding of the Book of Changes would never make a move just for a trivial matter. You have to know that since ancient times, the great scholars who studied the Book of Changes were all good at governing the country. It's a pity that a group of half-baked people used the Book of Changes to do what a blind fortune teller did on the street. How sad, how sad. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and said leisurely, Dad, why do I feel like this is the first time the word great scholar has been slandered so harshly? Lu Jin giggled and imitated Lu Yuan's tone. I was just making an analogy. Don't worry too much about the details. After finding the right direction, Hu Xiaoheng began to make arrangements in an orderly manner. The next day, he went to General Ji and said, General Ji, the situation this time is quite tricky. We can't tell the enemy apart for the time being. I'm afraid we'll have to put in more effort to prepare barium meals and feed them. It doesn't matter. No matter how much effort it takes, we have to do it well. General Ji hated internal leaks. I'll give you all the authority in the country as long as you can catch this person. Yes, Chief. Hu Xiaoheng saluted and left. The first Friday in March was the time for the cabinet meeting. Prime Minister Bai brought his assistant and secretary to the conference room for a cabinet meeting. Because it was already the last month of the first quarter, all the ministers were preparing their department's quarterly reports. They also had a better understanding of the situation in this quarter, so their reports were logical and supported by data. Prime Minister Bai was all smiles. He was obviously very satisfied with everyone's reports. As a prime minister, he was concerned about the national economy and the people's livelihood, as well as the lives of the general public. Prime Minister Bai, our Ministry of Education has already set a goal to attract foreign students and strive to rank high in the international university rankings. Prime Minister Bai's face suddenly turned cold. International students can be brought in. How are you going to bring them in? Give them benefits. Or give them resources? Deputy Minister of Education, he was a little embarrassed. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and said in a low voice, "The main thing is to promote the benefits of our university abroad. Give more scholarships, nonsense." Prime Minister Bai knocked on the table. If you run the university well, improve the quality of education, and produce more scientific research results, are you afraid that the international university rankings won't be high? Don't neglect the essentials and change the concept. If there are scholarships, they should be given to our country's students first. How many of the foreign students attracted with money are decent? The Deputy Minister of Education was scolded dejectedly, but he still whispered unwillingly, "But when it comes to the international university rankings, the most important point is the number of foreign students the university absorbs. Our country's universities are much worse than foreign universities in this regard, so our country's universities are ranked at the bottom of the international rankings." Prime Minister Bai, foreign universities can attract foreign students because of the quality of their education, not because they pay more money. You have to be clear. Do you really not know how many students in our country spend huge amounts of tuition fees to study in foreign universities? The Deputy Minister of Education wanted to crawl under the table, but he couldn't not mention it. Why? Because of benefits. A large sum of scholarships that could be used by the Ministry of Education was waving at him. He would be a fool not to mention it. But in the end, Prime Minister Bai still rejected his proposal and called them back to discuss this issue. Just as everyone was having a heated discussion, Prime Minister Bai's secretary pushed the door open and came in. She whispered in his ear, "Prime Minister, Director Bai is here. He has something to tell you." Prime Minister Bai said softly, "I'm in a meeting. Let's talk during the break." The secretary nodded and went out to ask Bai Yueran to wait for a while. Bai Yueran did wait for a while before coming out to see her during the break. The two of them talked in a small room in the cabinet activity room next to the conference room. Outside was the place where the ministers and deputy ministers of the various departments rested and talked. Prime Minister Bai looked at his daughter, Bai Yueran, and asked with a frown, "What's the matter?" Bai Yueran looked around and said with a smile, "I've been busy recently. I haven't talked to father for a long time. I happened to have something to do in the cabinet today, so I came to see you. I didn't expect you to be in a meeting with someone." "Haha, that's right. We haven't seen each other for weeks. What have you been busy with recently?" Bai Yueran was the head of the Special Operations Division's Judicial Affairs Department. A while ago, she was seconded to the military's legal department to help prepare for the prosecution of Guo Huining's case. Although she wasn't the prosecution's lawyer, she served the prosecution's lawyer. This matter wasn't confidential, so Bai Yueran said naturally, "I'm helping the military's legal department to prepare for the prosecution of Guo Huining. There are quite a few things. The other party's lawyer is very tricky, and it's quite difficult for us to deal with it." "Oh, then do you need to transfer a few experienced lawyers from our Ministry of Justice over?" Prime Minister Bai suggested with a smile. He was very willing to help. Bai Yueran smiled. "There's no need for that. No matter how tricky the other party is, we can't create something out of nothing. If she dares to fabricate evidence, we'll send her in immediately. Prime Minister Bai smiled and nodded. Then what are you doing in the cabinet? Let me check the files. Bai Yueran said calmly, Guohuaning used to have a civil lawsuit, and the military's legal department wants to take a look. Well, then you go find someone. Do you want me to go with you? Prime Minister Bai picked up his pipe and started smoking. Bai Yueran shook her head. No need, I can go by myself. As she said that, she looked around again. Seeing that no one was within her line of sight, she said in a low voice, Kevin's room is going to be changed. I heard it's from room 601 to room 603. I don't know why. Not far from the screen behind the two of them, someone's body moved and leaned towards them. This was today's second chapter, 4,000 words, chapter 2142, don't worry too much about the details. The reward of 1 million Chidian coins to Frost Iron Grace September was sent for the 5th and 6th time. The third 4,000-word chapter was updated at 8 p.m. Ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 2157. Both of them acted as if they didn't see the person behind them. The Prime Minister frowned. Why do you care so much? This is the military's business. I'm just informing you. You're the Prime Minister, shouldn't you know about this? Bai Yueran said with a smile. From the corner of her eye, she saw a figure suddenly get up from a screen behind them and quickly leave. Bai Yueran nodded and winked at the Prime Minister. She made an okay gesture to indicate that the fish had taken the bait. The person who slipped out, they later saw from the surveillance footage, was the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. At the same time, the military was also in a meeting. General Ji was presiding over the meeting in the military's large conference room. The walls were beige, and the windows were half the height of a person with thick, dark blue curtains. A long conference table was placed in the middle of the conference room, and General Ji was laying out the priorities of this year's work. I'm sure everyone knows that something major happened in the city at the end of last year. The military's elite special guards were all mobilized before they were able to arrest Kevin. But during the interrogation, he was still able to cause trouble in the court. How on earth did you do that? It's not that I'm scolding you, but if this happened during the war, all of you would have lost your heads. The military bigwigs were all scolded by General Ji until they couldn't even lift their heads. They couldn't blame General Ji for scolding them. When Kevin was attacked and knocked unconscious in the military court, the military had indeed taken a lot of the blame for it. If it weren't for the prosecution's lawyer, Gu Nianji, who had fought a beautiful trial in court, the netizens' criticism would have been even worse. However, because of Gu Nianji, some people tried to lead the conversation to the verdict, but they didn't succeed. The netizens weren't blind. Who couldn't see through Kevin's identity? However, Kevin could still get into an accident in court. It was indeed the military court's incompetence, so they deserved to be scolded. General Ji slammed the table and scolded them harshly before changing the topic to this year's policy. At the beginning of the year, we planned for this year's Nandus satellite navigation system to cover the entire world with no blind spots in communication. The Space Department has a record number of satellites to launch. Everyone, don't put too much pressure on the Space Department. If you can launch it, launch it. If you can't, don't force it. General Ji paused and said, the cooperation between the military and the Institute of High Energy Physics is progressing well. I hope we can achieve greater results soon. He still hadn't told these military bigwigs that the magnetic resonance device had been successfully developed. The wormhole to the opposite space had already been opened. This was because this technology was too advanced. If it was announced, it would cause unnecessary shock in society and cause panic in other countries. Listening to General G's implicit and proud conclusion, the big shots who had been scolded earlier also laughed. They were from the military and were isolated from society to a certain extent. This time, the case at the imperial capital's high military court was indeed not very pleasant. The situation could be resolved. When General G stopped to drink some water, a big shot asked, "How's Kevin's condition now? I heard that his legal team has been seeking medical parole. If he doesn't wake up, will he be released for medical treatment?" General G put down his glass and said coldly, "Even if he becomes a vegetable, he still has to serve his sentence in our country's prison." Everyone in the conference room looked at each other awkwardly and didn't say anything else. When everyone was resting, General G sat in the activity room next to the conference room and said to Hu Xiaoheng, "You don't have to worry about Kevin. His ward has been changed. He's no longer in room 601, but room 605. Remember to keep this a secret. Don't let anyone know." Hu Xiaoheng nodded and replied calmly, "Yes, sir." He asked, "Is the security department responsible for the hospital? Should we send some people over?" "No need." General G shook his head and said casually, "If the security department can't even do this well, they'll have to be reshuffled from top to bottom." When General G was talking about this, there were several high-ranking generals sitting nearby. They were all whispering to each other, so they didn't know if they heard their conversation. Huo Guangchen sat alone near the door and smoked. He had a smile on his face and didn't look like he had lost his family and was all alone. He was a political worker after all. No one knew what he was thinking. They all looked like they were hiding something. At the same time, the Senate was holding its first meeting of the new year. This time, both the upper and lower houses of the Senate were in a large conference hall. The representatives of the upper and lower houses took turns to give speeches. The main idea was to fight for more funding and preferential policies for the areas they represented. Speaker Long was in his office presiding over the high-level meeting of the upper house. "Senior members of the upper house, I'm sure everyone knows about the case on Christmas Eve last year. This was a transnational case. The United States is putting a lot of pressure on our government. At this time, the Senate can't just stand by and watch. Everyone is serving the people. The Senate, the Cabinet, and the military are a trinity that leads this country together." He glanced at the people in front of him and said with a smile, "Kevin has a very strong international background. In addition to the Carlyle Consortium, another government is involved. As for which countries, I won't name them." "What other countries?" There were only two countries that coveted the Huaxia Empire the most, the United States and Japan. Kevin just so happened to have the forces of these two countries ready to make a move behind him. Speaker Long didn't say it very clearly and just stopped short. During a break in the meeting, when everyone went out to get some fresh air, Gu Nianji brought a cup of tea for Speaker Long and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. She said quietly, "Speaker Long, you've worked hard." "I'm fine." Speaker Long shook his head and took a sip of tea. "I heard that Kevin's side isn't very safe. The security department changed his ward to be on the safe side." "Oh." Gu Nianji looked up and asked curiously, "Changed the ward? Where was it changed to?" "I heard it's room 607. It used to be room 601. Speaker Long lowered his voice and glanced around discreetly. He didn't know if anyone in the room heard what he said and sent it out. On Friday afternoon, Gu Nianji got off work from the Senate and returned home. When she sat in her car, she received a call from Hu Xiaoheng. "Nianji, where are you?" "I was just about to go home." "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Hu Xiaoheng said quietly, "I have something to do today, so I won't be going home. You can go to CEO Lu's house with Professor Lu this weekend." "What's the matter?" "I have something to do too, so I won't trouble CEO Lu," Gu Nianji said without hesitation. "I'll wait for you." Gu Nianji started the car. Her heart seemed to be stimulated by the roar of the car engine, and it was also beating fast. Was the 3 barium meals they had fed her earlier taking effect? Who was the traitor? Or could it be that there wasn't just 1 or 2 traitors? Gu Nianji's heart was actually uneasy. Therefore, even the delicious food at Lu Yuan's house couldn't attract her. She planned to stay at Hu Xiaoheng's official residence over the weekend and wait for news. Friday evening at 6:00 was the time of the week when people's emotions were the most relaxed. At this moment, dusk had arrived and night was about to fall. Some people once called this moment the magic hour. Sui Qinghong was wearing a white coat and a doctor's white hat. He had a stethoscope around his neck and a medical record under his arm. He smiled as he stepped into the corridor on the 6th floor. Like other doctors, he wore a mask, and the gold-rimmed glasses on his eyes actually had a video transmission function. As he walked, he transmitted everything he saw to the cloud. His backup support staff quickly adjusted the algorithm to help him find the most optimal route of action and then transmitted it to him. The Bluetooth headset in his ear had a communication function and relied on traffic to connect to the internet. Everything is normal. Everything is normal. When he walked past room 601, he paused for a moment, but still smiled and knocked on the door. However, there was no response from the door. A person who looked like a nurse walked past him and said kindly, "Doctor, the patient here has been discharged." Sui Qinghong sneered in his heart. He thought to himself that it was just a transfer, but she actually lied and said that she was discharged. If he hadn't received accurate information, he would have really been fooled. However, he still smiled and nodded at the person. "Thank you. Where did that person's discharge procedures go through?" "I'm not sure about that. You can ask the front desk." The nurse glanced at him and didn't see the name on his chest. Sui Qinghong knew what the other party was looking at, so he ignored it and continued walking forward. When he reached room 603, he stopped again and reached out to knock on the door. There was still no response from inside. He was about to leave when the door was suddenly opened. A person who looked like a police officer poked his head out and looked at him. "Who are you looking for?" Sui Qinghong was delighted. He thought to himself that the information from the higher-ups was indeed correct. It really was room 603. However, he didn't say anything and nodded politely. "I'm the doctor who makes the ward rounds. Where are the patients here?" He pretended to take out the medical record to check. The police officer looked at him suspiciously and said, "Weren't you the doctor who came yesterday?" "Oh, I made a mistake." "I'm sorry," Sui Qinghong said politely and closed the medical record in his hand. Just as the police officer was about to close the door, Sui Qinghong silently took out a silent pistol and fired at the police officer's abdomen. Poof! The sound was like a slap on the doorpost. The police officer didn't even scream and fell backward to the ground. Sui Qinghong turned around and waved his hand to call 2 helpers. He then dashed into the room and saw that the surveillance camera in the room had been destroyed by his own people. It was dark and gloomy, but it was actually out of battery. He gestured for the 2 men to watch the door while he quietly walked into the room. The wards on the 6th floor and above of 3x1 hospital were all special VIP wards. They were all suites, unlike the inpatient department of a regular hospital, where many patients lived in a large room. Sui Qinghong killed the police officer who opened the door outside and was even more convinced that this was Kevin's room. As he walked, he felt that the other party was quite smart. If they didn't have a very good spy, they really wouldn't have guessed that Kevin had only moved to the next room. He put the gun in his sleeve and slowly pushed open the door to the inner room. The police officer inside was sitting on a sofa next to the bed, reading a magazine. Hearing someone come in, he turned his head and stood up. "You are," Sui Qinghong immediately raised his hand and shot. It was exactly the same scene he had played in the game. It was in this scene that he had passed. The police officer didn't say a third word and just collapsed on the sofa. Sui Qinghong quickly walked over to the bed and looked down. Kevin's face was covered by a ventilator. His cheeks were thin and his cheekbones were almost protruding. After all, he had been in a coma for more than a month and couldn't look exactly like a normal person. Looking at him, Sui Qinghong actually believed that this was the real Kevin. If he really looked exactly the same as a month ago, then it had to be fake. Sui Qinghong still had this bit of common sense. He called out to the door. The two helpers outside hurried in. One of them took out a syringe and said in a low voice, "Do you want to inject it now?" "Of course. How can we get out without waking him up?" Sui Qinghong rolled his eyes at the man. "Do you think we can carry him out of the hospital?" Of course, he could only walk out on his own. Kevin had been unconscious for more than a month, but it was their special medicine that had made him unconscious. They had a special antidote. As long as it was injected, he would wake up in 5 minutes. Although he wouldn't be able to walk normally, he wouldn't have to be carried out on a stretcher. They watched nervously as the man inserted the syringe into the man's vein and injected the antidote. In less than 5 minutes, Kevin's eyes blinked as if he was about to open. All right. He can move now. Hurry up and change his clothes. Sui Qinghong looked at his watch and couldn't wait any longer. He immediately ordered his two helpers to bring the clothes for Kevin to change into. They pulled down the oxygen mask on Kevin's face and changed him out of the hospital gown. They put on a gray woolen sweater with a heart-shaped collar, wool trousers of the same color, polished leather shoes, a cap on his head, and sunglasses on his face. After the clothes were changed, Kevin was still quiet and didn't say a word. "Mr. Kevin. We'll take you out now. May I ask if you can walk?" Kevin nodded and slowly stood up with the help of the bed. "That's great." Sui Qinghong breathed a big sigh of relief, and his tone was visibly relaxed. "Get out of here immediately." He looked around. "There's no one else outside, right?" He was talking to his backup support staff. The people over there checked the condition of the building and issued an action command. Sui Qinghong immediately walked in front, and the two helpers supported Kevin on his left and right. They pushed open the door and looked around to make sure the surveillance cameras in the corridor were under control before they dashed out. This was today's third chapter, 4,000 words, chapter 2143, 3 portions of berry a meal. A reward of 1 million Chidian coins to Frost Iron Grace September has been sent for the 7th and 8th time. Ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Congratulations to Black Ink Snow, Sky Blue Emperor Phoenix, and Zeeble 602 for becoming the new chief of Hello, Major General. The Major General already had 40 Alliance Masters, including the Silver and Gold Alliance Masters. ___. Oh. Chapter 2158. Sui Qinghong was wearing a doctor's white coat as he walked down the dark corridor. His shiny leather shoes made a clacking sound that was a little frightening to the ears. Because this floor was a special VIP ward, privacy was very important, and most people could not come up. According to the information that Sui Qinghong and the others found out, because of Kevin's special identity, he was the only one living on the entire 6th floor. Therefore, after they took down the 2 guarding police officers, it was as if they had entered an uninhabited land. It was exactly the same as the optimal result that they had deduced in the game. This operation seemed simple, but there were too many things that had been done behind the scenes. For example, the identity of the 3 of them as hospital insiders. This was the true meaning of, if you want to learn poetry, your skills are beyond poetry. Sui Qinghong walked quickly and soon entered the elevator. After the 3 people behind him came in, he quickly took off the doctor's coat, revealing the flight jacket and neat leather pants inside. Then, he took out a black plastic bag from his pocket and stuffed all the doctor's clothes inside. The elevator stopped on the second floor. The four of them came out of the elevator, found a place to throw away the trash, and threw the black plastic bag out. There was an outpatient clinic on the second floor, and it was crowded. The four of them quickly blended into the crowd, found the stairs, and went down. As soon as they came out of the hospital, they heard the alarm go off in the building behind them. The ear-piercing alarm echoed under the blue sky, like an air raid siren. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Is there a fire alarm? *T. That's not the sound of a fire alarm. Our unit has a fire drill. The people in the hospital discussed in twos and threes, all wanting to run to the stairs. Suddenly, the sound of a broadcast rang out in the building. Dear citizens, doctors, nurses, and hospital staff, this is an emergency notice. This is an emergency notice. Someone is missing from the hospital. Someone is missing from the hospital. Please stay where you are. The elevators and stairways on all floors of the hospital will be closed immediately. As the announcement was made, the doors of the elevators and stairways on all floors of the building were slammed shut and could not be opened again. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Everyone anxiously took out their phones. Fortunately, the internet was not cut off. Everyone saw what happened outside the hospital building from social media. Outside the building, Zhui Qinghong and his two helpers heard the alarm. They quickly grabbed Kevin's arm and got into the car that was parked at the entrance. Just as they were about to start the car, groups of riot police with bulletproof shields, helmets, and black uniforms swarmed over from all directions. People in the car in front, listen up. You are suspected of human trafficking from the hospital. Shoot the police. Please raise your hands and surrender. Release the hostages. Zhui Qinghong's heart sank. He immediately stepped on the accelerator and said, "Fasten your seatbelts. Let's go." This was the worst-case scenario that he had simulated in the game. He had actually encountered it. But as long as his backup could interfere with the police's tracking, he should be able to rescue Kevin. They had prepared for more than a month and spent a lot of money. There would definitely be no problem. The car sped along the streets of the imperial capital and soon got on the highway. Meanwhile, the police car was still in hot pursuit, speeding all the way. Hu Xiaoheng was personally in command. He had to make sure that their judgment was correct. Zhui Qinghong had kidnapped the person from room 603 of the 3x1 hospital. According to the 3 barium meals they had fed him, the news had been released by the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. The Deputy Minister was suspected of colluding with foreign countries, so they needed very hard evidence to testify against him. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to convict him. The car in front had already driven out of the city and arrived at an area between the urban and rural areas. It was surrounded by construction sites that had just been enclosed for construction. There was still all kinds of garbage left in the demolished areas. The entire place was a large construction site and also like a large garbage dump. Hu Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and ordered, "Kevin, in the car in front, action." Of course, this Kevin wasn't real, but their Trojan horse. Kevin, who had been sitting in the back seat with his head down and eyes closed, suddenly stretched out his hands to the left and right. The steel needles between his fingers pierced into the waist muscles of the two helpers. The steel needle was hollow in the middle. There was a strong anesthetic inside that could knock out an adult in 3 seconds. Although the two helpers were strong, they were completely unprepared for the Kevin they had risked their lives to save to actually hurt them. They almost fell into the seat without a sound. Kevin then wanted to make a move on Zhui Qinghong, but Zhui Qinghong was more vigilant. He had been watching the situation in the back seat through the rearview mirror. Suddenly, he saw the two helpers' heads tilt, and Kevin, sitting in the middle, raised his head. Sui Qinghong knew that this was bad. He was afraid that he had fallen into someone's trap. Making a prompt decision, he threw himself backward and fired a shot. The Kevin in the back seat immediately lowered his head and lay down. Taking advantage of this moment, Sui Qinghong slammed on the accelerator and opened the door on the driver's side at the same time, jumping out. Just as he thought he could jump out of the car and escape, Hu Xiaoheng fired a shot at him from the speeding police car behind him. Bang! The gun without a silencer made a loud whistling sound, as well as the sound of the wind from the speeding car. Sui Qinghong only felt his left knee go numb, followed by a piercing pain. He screamed at the top of his lungs and rolled onto the shoulder of the road on the side of the road. The car in front of him that he had abandoned was still speeding forward with inertia. When Sui Qinghong's side was in trouble, his backup support had already seen it and quickly reported to their boss. "What do we do? We seem to have fallen into a trap. The Kevin we brought out is fake." Not long after, their superior sent a message. "Ready, detonate the car." On the other side, Hu Xiaoheng was in contact with the fake Kevin in the car in front of him. "What's the situation in the car?" The person had already climbed to the driver's seat in front and had just taken control of the car. Just as he was about to brake, he suddenly heard a click. He turned his head and found that the door next to the driver's seat was locked. Hu Xiaoheng wore a Bluetooth headset and was also in contact with his technical support. Zhao Liangzi was in charge of monitoring communications and intercepting electromagnetic waves. Just after the other party gave the order to detonate the car, Zhao Liangzi also intercepted this order. Because he had monitored Sui Qinghong's communication system. Although Sui Qinghong was knocked unconscious, the Bluetooth headset in his ear was still working normally. Zhao Liangzi heard this order and was shocked. He quickly sent a message to Hu Xiaoheng. "Leave the scene quickly. They want to detonate the car." Hu Xiaoheng immediately understood. The other party also had a backup plan. Hu Xiaoheng forced himself to calm down and quickly gave the order to stop all the police cars chasing behind them. Then he said to the fake Kevin in the car in front, "Jump out of the car quickly. They're going to detonate the car." This is the first chapter of the day, chapter 2144, Trojan Horse. Today, it's still the third chapter with 10,000 words. The second chapter will be at 1 p.m., and the third chapter will be at 8 p.m. Please ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Thank you to Momo Moshi for the 50,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Wu Ai Tang for the 50,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to the Peninsula Princess for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you very much more to all the big bosses and little angels. Chapter 2159. There wasn't much time left for them. It could only be said that the other party was lucky that they had used the internet to remotely detonate it, and it would take some time for the driver to be programmed. However, the fake Kevin in the car in front was a little flustered. He trembled as he said to Hu Xiaoheng, "Chief, the door next to the driver's seat is locked." Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and immediately ordered his driver, "Drive to the left in front. Catch up with the car in front." The driver was stunned for a moment. He had clearly heard that there was danger in front, but he was used to listening to orders. He reflexively stepped on the accelerator. The car's engine suddenly rumbled, and it instantly went up another gear. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the car in front of it. The two cars were now driving side by side. Hu Xiaoheng held his gun and aimed it at the lock hole of the driver's seat of Sui Qinghong's car. Without hesitation, he fired 3 shots. The fake Kevin in the car had already fallen to the ground. The bullets had entered through the lock hole and exited through the lock hole of the door next to the passenger seat. They had actually pierced through the car. Since the lock was broken, the remote-controlled door could naturally be opened. Jump out of the car. Hu Xiaoheng ordered the fake Kevin in the car next to him to jump out of the car and ordered the driver of his car, back up. The driver slammed on the brakes and immediately fell behind. The door next to the driver's seat of the car that had been parallel to them just now was pushed open again. The fake Kevin in the car jumped out and rolled towards the shoulder of the road that had just become a little green. The moment he jumped out, the car behind him let out an earth-shattering bang. The entire car was blown into the sky, and the broken body was torn into pieces. Like bullets, they shot in all directions on the highway and then burst into flames. Gu Nianji was sitting with Zhao Liangze and saw this scene from the surveillance video of the Special Operations Forces Central Control Room. "Ah!" She screamed and stood up in shock, covering her mouth with her hand. Zhao Liangze's face was also pale as he muttered, "Why do I remember seeing such a fire and explosion?" Gu Nianji's lips trembled. After a while, she said, "It's similar to the explosion of the car I was in. That was 8 years ago, when she had just come over from the other world. The only difference was that her car hadn't been blown into the sky. Most of the energy was probably used to carry out magnetic resonance and pass through to this world. In the end, the remaining energy blasted the car she was sitting in into a pile of ashes. The damage was even more intense than the destruction of this car. The car in the surveillance video clearly did not cause a magnetic resonance and open a wormhole. However, the effect of the explosion was still shocking. It burned fiercely, and black smoke filled the sky. The shockwave of the explosion caused the nearby police cars to collide violently and roll over. Fortunately, the police car that had collided and rolled over had already stopped. The people inside had only bumped into each other. They weren't even slightly injured. The only one that was more serious was the car that Hu Xiaoheng was in. His car had just stopped at the time, and it was the closest to the car that exploded in front of him. After the whole car was overturned by the blast, it rolled several times on the road like a leaf blown by a gust of wind. The ambulance rushed over and rescued everyone in Hu Xiaoheng's car. Hu Xiaoheng's head was bleeding, but it wasn't a big deal. He did not board the ambulance but insisted on commanding at the scene. Following that, the fire truck behind them also quickly drove over. They quickly put out the fire on the car that had already fallen from mid-air and was still burning. The entire highway was closed, and the fork was tightly blocked. The people who had been delayed cursed in their cars and scrolled through Weibo, wanting to know what had happened. It wasn't until they saw the huge fire in front of them and heard the explosion that they realized that the situation was much more serious than they had imagined. Everyone raised their phones to take pictures and frantically posted on Weibo, trying to guess what had happened. Usually, when something like this happened, the internet would be blocked for a period of time. This time was a little strange. The internet didn't seem to be blocked at all. Everyone was free to express themselves, as if they were looking at pictures and making up stories. All kinds of rumors were flying around. Even the foreign media couldn't figure out what had happened on the Huaxia Empire's imperial capital highway. The people behind Sui Qinghong and Kevin were furious and threw a tantrum in the surveillance room. "What the hell are you guys doing? The car has already exploded on the highway, and you guys still can't control the momentum. You can say that the government has no regard for human life. You can also say that the safety of the people in the hospital can't be guaranteed. And you say that it's the safest country, yet you just casually take patients away from the hospital. You guys didn't even bring up any of these topics. I'd rather feed my money to dogs. Dogs still know how to wag their tails at me. I've really raised you idiots for nothing." This person's subordinate was so scolded that he couldn't even raise his head. He said resentfully, "You can't blame us. There are too many rumors online this time. They're all logical and unbelievable. Who would believe our rumors that are closer to the truth? Pfft. How is this a rumor? This is the truth. Because of the chaos on the internet, the netizens' attention was diverted. Even the strange alarm that had appeared at 3x1 Hospital at the beginning was forgotten. Everyone was focused on the big news of the highway's sudden closure and the car exploding on the road. No one made the connection between the two events. And the plan to use this incident to continue to muddy the waters and put pressure on the Huaxia government was also drowned in the sea of netizens. The car burned into a huge fireball in the air. Thick smoke billowed, almost covering the sky on this section of the highway. After falling, only some black residue was left. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the burnt car in front of him. He clenched his fists and got into his own car with a sullen expression. When he returned to his office at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, he immediately ordered Yin Shixiang, execute Kevin immediately. Yin Shixiang was shocked. Hua Xiao, he's an American. Are we going to execute him just like that? I heard that the court sentenced him to life imprisonment. What else? Keep him alive for the new year. Hua Xiaoheng stood behind his desk and leaned forward without batting an eyelid. He placed both hands on the desk and looked at Yin Shixiang deeply. He said word by word, the American Special Forces sneaked into our hospital and stole Kevin. They were killed by their own people when they were fleeing. It was all done by the Americans. What does it have to do with us? Also, we have to send a note to the American embassy and ask them to explain why the American soldiers entered our territory without invitation, used fake identities, and committed such a vicious criminal case on our soil. They wanted to take the opportunity to kill Kevin and then directly blame it on the Americans. Yin Shixiang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Boss, you're too cunning. The American Special Forces. Who? When did they enter the country? It's the two helpers who followed Sui Qinghong into the 3x1 hospital. They're Chinese and belong to the United States Marine Corps SEAL Special Forces. They're from the 2nd Special Forces Battalion at the Norfolk Naval Base in Virginia. Hua Xiaoheng slowly sat down. A small revolver had appeared in his hand at some point. He said expressionlessly, they used fake passports and were targeted by the security department as soon as they entered the country. Go and coordinate with the security department. Remember to cremate Kevin's body. Remember not to burn it too cleanly. Then, scatter his ashes at the scene of the car accident. Yin Shixiang was also someone who had done dirty work before. He had taken more than 1 or 2 lives, but this time, even he was stunned by Hua Xiaoheng's imposing manner. He stared at Hua Xiaoheng for a long time before scratching his head and asking in confusion, Hua Xiao, won't you reconsider? If you really execute him, there won't be a living person left to pay for it. It was easy to kill him, but it would be troublesome to keep him alive. Kevin had a powerful background. The person behind him was able to open the skyline in the United States to save him. It was obvious how important he was to them. What if the person behind him goes crazy after he's dead? We have to be careful about this. Yin Shixiang still didn't know much about Kevin's background, so he didn't agree to do it directly. How about we let him fake his death? Yin Shixiang suggested. That way, if his background really is powerful, we can also use him to exchange for some national benefits. At the same time, in a villa on the outskirts of the imperial capital, someone was also analyzing the problem of Kevin's safety. It looks like our mole has been exposed. Yes, the information he sent was a trap. Kevin isn't in room 603. Sui Qinghong just sent a message. They were the ones who brought out the fake Kevin. After the car detonated, the 2 Special Forces soldiers from the United States were already killed. Yes, that's okay. Soldiers are prepared to die at any time. Donate a sum of money to Virginia in the United States and designate it to the families of these 2 people. Okay. But what about Kevin? They had been busy for more than a month and had made so many preparations. They had even mobilized their moles in the 3x1 hospital for many years, but they still couldn't save Kevin. Can't we continue with the appeal? We're already appealing, but Gu Nianji is watching us too closely. Even if we appeal, our chances of winning aren't high. Gu Nianji is too despicable. Boss, wouldn't it be easier to kill her first and then save Kevin? A man in casual clothes sat at the desk and casually fiddled with the beads on the abacus in front of him. The abacus was made of black jade and was only the size of a palm. It was small and exquisite. Hearing that, he sneered. Killing Gu Nianji is much more troublesome than saving Kevin. I advise you not to make things difficult for yourselves. That's true. There are too many people around her, both in the open and in the dark. Even if we capture her, we have to worry about whether it's a trap or not. The man's subordinate sighed helplessly, still unwilling to give up. Are we just going to watch Kevin get sentenced to life imprisonment here? This is only temporary. The man behind the desk put down the black jade abacus and turned to take a rosewood box from the bookshelf behind him. Sitting back behind the desk, he gently opened the box to reveal a box of grayish-green straw sticks of about the same length. The man fiddled with the straw as he said, "Don't worry, Kevin is an American citizen. The Huaxia Empire doesn't have the guts to hurt an American. Even if he's convicted, he'll be well taken care of in prison. They won't dare do anything to him." "You really won't?" The man nodded and said with certainty, "I said it won't, so it won't." The Huaxia Empire's government officials value international influence very much. And we've done so much for Kevin, including connecting the skyline and establishing a relationship with the President and Secretary of State of the United States, just to get him a diplomatic status. Now we've mobilized so many people and even sent the American Special Forces. The Huaxia Empire's officials are naturally aware of this. They know that this is someone they can't afford to offend. If they dare to harm Kevin, they will definitely anger me, the person behind them. And they have no idea who I really am. Therefore, they won't be able to bear the consequences. The man looked up at his subordinates and said meaningfully, "So for people like Kevin, no matter what, they will definitely keep him to negotiate with us in an attempt to gain some benefits." "Oh, they call it national interest." The man sneered, his long and narrow eyes narrowed into two thin slits, appearing very disdainful. Yin Shixiang didn't know that his concerns and thoughts had long been seen through by others. Or rather, the thoughts of most Huaxia Empire's foreign personnel had been seen through by others. Know yourself and know your enemy. It was also applicable for hostile forces to study the rules of one's actions. Hu Shaoheng also knew this very well. However, he never liked to be led by the nose by others when he did things. He was the only one who dangled a blindfolded donkey with a carrot. It was impossible for others to dangle him. They're courting death. I'll fulfill their wish. Hu Shaoheng slammed the gun on the desk and calmly leaned against the back of the chair. He took out General G's blank warrant without any hesitation and filled in Kevin's name. He also signed it himself and said with a sullen face, "There's no need to fake your death. If you want to die, then die for real. I, Hu Shaoheng, never play games. Hurry up and go. I'll give you 20 minutes to execute Kevin, cremate him, and scatter the ashes at the scene of the car accident." He looked at his watch. "In 20 minutes, I'll inform Kevin's legal team and the diplomats of the U.S. Embassy in the Huaxia Empire to go to the scene to collect DNA." It wasn't that he didn't know Kevin's importance, but now, he had played enough of this game that was dominated by others. It was time for the initiative to return to his hands. Hu Shaoheng raised his eyes. His gaze was as deep as a bottomless valley. Even if Yin Shixiang had objections, he had to obey Hu Shaoheng's orders at this time. He stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, Chief." After leaving Hu Xiaoheng's office, Yin Shixiang quickly brought the field personnel of the Special Operations Forces to the place where Kevin was being held. Kevin had long since left the 3x1 hospital. From the moment the barium meal was decided, he had been transferred to a secret location in the security department. There had been problems in front of the security department in the past few years, but after Hu Xiaoheng stepped forward to help them clean up, things were much better than before. At least the situation of the security department leaking secrets had been eliminated, and they could carry out their work smoothly in the country. When Yin Shixiang brought his men over, he brought General Ji's special warrant with him. With this warrant, he could execute Kevin. This is today's second chapter, 4,000 words. Chapter 2145, I Fulfill Their Wish. A reward of 1 million Qidian coins to Frost Iron Grace September has been sent to him for the 90th time. The third 4,000-word chapter was updated at 8 in the evening. Ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 2160. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the safe and hidden underground tunnel. The lights in the tunnel were voice-activated. As the footsteps approached, the lights in the dark tunnel lit up. Yin Shixiang's expression was cold as he led the two to Kevin's room. Everyone inside, please leave. I have something to ask Mr. Kevin alone. Yin Shixiang stopped at the door and waved his hand. The staff of the security department inside retreated without saying a word. The two people Yin Shixiang brought stood guard at the door. Then Yin Shixiang put on the glasses that allowed instant communication so that Hu Xiaoheng could see the situation in the room through the surveillance cameras. Closing the door, Yin Shixiang strode to Kevin's bedside. Looking at him sitting on the bed, he first verified his identity to make sure it was him. Kevin had just woken up a few days ago when he looked up to see a man in a white doctor's robe, glasses, and a mask walk in with a medical kit in his hand. He felt guilty from Yin Shixiang's presence and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? What do you want?" Yin Shixiang didn't answer him but asked the last few questions. "Who did you contact? Who helped you get the diplomatic post from the President and Secretary of State? Do you have anything else to say?" Kevin was stunned at first and kept shaking his head in denial. "I didn't contact anyone. I don't know who got me the diplomatic post." What do you want to say?" It sounded like he was asking for his last words. Kevin's heart sank. He gripped the blankets on the bed and looked up at Yin Shixiang. Gritting his teeth, he said, "What do you want?" "I haven't been sentenced yet." He clearly remembered being attacked before the judge could announce the sentence. Yin Shixiang opened the medical kit and said calmly, "After you fainted, you were sentenced to life imprisonment." Life imprisonment? Who told you it was life imprisonment? Kevin's heart sank. No one had told him about this. Yin Shixiang ignored him and bent down slightly in front of Kevin's bed, a shiny syringe already in his hand. Kevin was terrified, and the blood drained from his face in an instant. If he wasn't pinned to the bed, he would have run for his life. However, most of her body, which had just woken up, was still numb. It was difficult for her to even move, let alone push Yin Shixiang away. Yin Shixiang was wearing a mask and a pair of black-rimmed glasses, so it was impossible to see his expression. Kevin waved his arm, but Yin Shixiang grabbed it. The needle plunged into the vein in his arm. Kevin wanted to resist, but he couldn't move at all. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he soon passed out. And then, there was no then. 20 minutes later, Yin Shixiang arrived at the scene of the accident with Kevin's ashes. This place was already heavily surrounded, and unaffiliated people couldn't see the specific situation here. As soon as he got out of the car, several extremely bright white lights suddenly appeared above his head. Yin Shixiang, who was wearing special glasses, raised his head and looked at the light that could really blind people for a short period of time. Huashao had actually deployed laser weapons. Then, with a whoosh, a few drones that had flown over to take pictures were shot down by the laser weapons. Only a few wisps of white smoke fell against the blue sky. Yin Shixiang was also wearing a doctor's white coat, a mask, and glasses. He walked expressionlessly to the pile of burnt cars. He took out a black iron rod and started digging through the ashes. No one noticed that Kevin's ashes had already been mixed into the ashes of the car through the hollow iron rod. After he was sure that all the ashes had been scattered, he looked up and said, "There are no survivors." The two people who had followed him over were speechless. They thought that even a blind person would know that there were no survivors. They had all been burned to ashes, so where would they find survivors? But that was the procedure. Even if it was just a formality, they still had to go through the procedure. Not long after Yin Shixiang left, the U.S. Embassy in the Huaxia Empire rushed over with Kevin's legal team, looking pale and scared. We were informed that there were Americans in the car. The U.S. Embassy in the Huaxia Empire didn't come. Instead, it was a first secretary. Because of Kevin's identity, they were disgraced. The ambassadors and consuls with status couldn't afford to lose face, so they all said that they weren't feeling well and called in sick to not come. A senior police officer from the imperial capital was stationed at the scene of the car accident. He said politely, "Yes, we received a report that there were 3 Americans in the car. 2 of them were in the country illegally, and one of them was Kevin, a felon who had just been sentenced. The other Huaxia man jumped out of the car before it exploded, but he was still injured in the knees and thighs. He was just sent to the hospital for emergency treatment." Felon. Who? The chief lawyer of Kevin's legal team, Lu Onping, was pale. He took a step forward with a straight face and looked at the empty frame and the ashes. He didn't know if he should say it or not. The people behind Kevin were afraid that he wouldn't die. He didn't know the details of the operation, but he vaguely knew that these people didn't want Kevin to stay in the Huaxia Empire and did everything possible to get him away. Kevin was very important to those people. If he really died here like this, Lu Onping shivered. Even though it was early spring, he was still sweating. His back was instantly wet, and his shirt stuck to his body. It felt very uncomfortable. The first secretary of the American embassy in the Huaxia Empire was also dumbfounded. He pointed at the empty frame and ashes of the car and said incredulously, "You said there were 3 Americans here. 2 illegal immigrants. One was the felon Kevin who had just been sentenced? Where is he? Where is he? Don't tell them that he was burned to ashes." Yes, is it that strange? The car was burned to this extent. What's so strange about people being burned to ashes? The senior police officer from the imperial capital almost rolled his eyes. Do you not understand Huaxia? If you don't, I'll find a national simultaneous interpreter for you, but you'll have to pay for it. Simultaneous interpretation was very expensive. The police had limited funds and couldn't afford such a large expense, even if it was for international friends. The first secretary of the American embassy in the Huaxia Empire was a white man from the south of the United States. In a moment of panic, he shouted in English with a southern accent, "What the F***ck? F*** going on? What the F*** is going on?" The senior police officer from the imperial capital pretended not to understand English and spread his hands. "What did you say? Do you want to see if there are any Americans in there? It's all burned to ashes. How can I see it? You must be kidding me." The first secretary came back to his senses and blurted out in fluent Huaxia. "Where is it? It's all burned to ashes. Look at the 2 black piles over there. They look like people. They haven't been burned to ashes. If you don't believe me, go and check them." The senior police officer from the imperial capital was especially dedicated to giving him pointers, telling him that there were no traces of people in the burnt car. The first secretary only glanced at it and felt his scalp go numb. He gritted his teeth and still didn't dare to go over to take a look himself. He braced himself and said to Kevin's legal team, "Kevin is your client. Do you want to go and take a look?" Kevin's legal team looked at each other. They weren't forensic doctors. How could they examine it? Lu Onping's expression suddenly changed slightly and he listened attentively. The Bluetooth headset in his ear also had a communication function. His phone was connected, and the client behind Kevin was talking to him. "Lawyer Lu, Kevin isn't inside." They switched him at the last minute. Lu Onping let out a long sigh. As long as he wasn't there. As long as he wasn't there. His expression relaxed and he said, "How are we going to test it? Why don't we get a forensic doctor here?" Since he knew that the real Kevin wasn't inside and the other party insisted that Kevin was inside, he had an article to write. To be honest, as long as the Huaxia side didn't play any tricks, they had no chance of winning this lawsuit. But now the Huaxia side wanted to cheat. Kevin was clearly not in the car, but they still insisted on being in the car. They couldn't blame him for finding evidence of their lies and appealing to the Supreme Court. As Lu Onping spoke, he took out the recording pen and handed it to the senior police officer from the imperial capital. He said with a bitter expression, "Kevin is my client. If he unfortunately dies here, how am I going to explain it to Kevin's parents?" "Excuse me, sir, are you sure that Kevin is in the car?" "Of course he is in the car. Why would I lie to you?" The senior police officer from the imperial capital asked in confusion. "You can go for a DNA test if you don't believe me." But Kevin was clearly sentenced to life imprisonment. "We are preparing to appeal for him. May I ask why he is in this car? Did your people send him somewhere?" Lu Onping asked very cautiously. The senior police officer from the imperial capital put his hands behind his back and sneered. He said, "This is your people courting death. He was stolen from the hospital by your people. Our people chased so far and blocked the road. When they saw that they couldn't escape, they went crazy and detonated the car, trying to die with our people." "Is that so?" Lu Onping was speechless. He didn't know how his client planned it. He only knew that he had to cooperate with them legally. But if that was really the case, how could they cooperate legally? They could only make an issue of the real and fake Kevin. Fortunately, the Kevin here was fake. He completely believed what his client said. After all, they were the ones who planned the operation. Later, when they saw that something was wrong, they detonated the car. They must have discovered that Kevin was fake, so they went all out. Lu Onping understood the whole story and relaxed. He put away the recording pen and said directly, "We'll find a forensic doctor ourselves. You don't have to pay." He didn't trust the forensic doctor in Huaxia. "Okay, hurry up. The road here can't be closed forever." The senior police officer from the imperial capital said awkwardly, "We have orders that the blockade will be lifted in half an hour." "Okay, we'll get a forensic doctor right away." Lu Onping's law firm also had its own way of doing business in Huaxia. Soon, an independent forensic doctor who practiced alone arrived at the scene in a helicopter. He brought a full set of equipment and a team and dug through the ashes of the burnt car for a while. He was a professional after all. He quickly found human tissues that could be tested for DNA and put them all into his own equipment. "Okay, I'll go back to test the DNA now." The forensic doctor walked up to Lu Onping and the first secretary of the American embassy in Huaxia and said in English, "Do you have a DNA sample that you can provide for comparison?" Lu Onping nodded with a pale face. "I have Kevin's DNA test report. I'll go with you. I want to see you test it with my own eyes." More than a month ago, for the sake of the lawsuit, they did a full set of tests to prove that Kevin was the biological son of his father and mother. Who would have thought that it could be put to new use? His client was really amazing. He had made so many preparations early in the morning, and they were all used. Lu Onping sighed in his heart, but his face was still watertight, looking worried. No problem. The independent forensic doctor nodded readily and said, "How many people do you want to test for DNA?" "I heard it was 3. Can you provide all the control samples?" "I heard there are also 2 Americans." Lu Onping looked at the first secretary. "Mr. Secretary, do you know who they are? Do you have DNA control samples?" The first secretary was also confused. He spread his hands and said, "I don't know. I was also sent here at the last minute." The independent forensic doctor didn't want to delay any longer. He said, "Then I'll go do the experiment first. If you have samples, send them to me so I can verify the identity of these people." A lawyer from Kevin's legal team muttered. "They've all been burned to ashes. You can still extract DNA." The independent forensic doctor said professionally, "Not all of them were burned to ashes. We found a certain amount of human tissue. As long as we do PCR immediately, we can still extract effective DNA fragments for verification. If we're fast, we can do it in a few minutes." "Only a few minutes? That's great. Hurry up and do the test." Lu Onping impatiently waved for him to get on the helicopter. He said, "I'll send Kevin's DNA sample to you." The independent forensic doctor left his email account with Lu Onping, then took his team to the helicopter and returned to the laboratory. In fact, he did get the results very quickly. To be on the safe side, he repeated an experiment that could have produced results in a few minutes 10 times. He also increased the verification nodes, just to ensure that the accuracy of the results was higher. The U.S. Embassy then sent him the DNA samples of the 2 Americans who were said to have entered the country illegally. He didn't know where they got them from. 2 hours later, Lu Onping couldn't wait any longer. He called him and asked, "Sir, what's your result? Didn't you say that the results would be out in a few minutes?" The independent forensic doctor said very seriously, "We repeated the DNA verification 10 times to be cautious." "Then do you have the results now?" Lu Onping asked impatiently. He thought that it must not be a match, so he did it so many times. As a result, the independent forensic doctor said with certainty, "It's a match. It's confirmed that Mr. Kevin did die in the car accident. There are also 2 other Americans. Their DNA samples are also a match." This was the 3rd update of the day, 4,000 words, Chapter 2146, To Be a Demon or Not to Be a Demon. The 1 million Chidian coins awarded to Cold Iron Grace in September has been sent out in 12 updates. Ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 2161. What did you say? Lu Onping didn't expect this at all. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt his chest pounding, and his throat seemed to be blocked. He couldn't even get a vacuum out. "Are you sure you didn't test wrong?" "That's impossible." Lu Onping blurted out. His forehead was covered in sweat. He held on to the armrest of the sofa and slowly sat down. His face was pale. How could it be? How could it be? His client had clearly said that it was a trap and that they had fallen for it. The one they brought out was fake, so it should be the fake Kevin who died, right? He fidgeted and thought for an hour but still couldn't make up his mind. Finally, he dialed a number that his client had given him. "Didn't you say it was fake?" His voice was trembling. The person who answered the phone was a young man. He said briskly, "Yes, it's fake." "What's wrong?" "But we just did a DNA test and proved that Kevin was among the dead at the scene." Lu Onping said blankly. He still couldn't believe the results. What? That's impossible. The person on the other end was stunned. Who told you the results? Could it be that they deliberately faked it? Probably not. Lu Onping smiled bitterly and raked his hair. We hired an independent forensic doctor to test it. How is that possible? The person on the other end was still in disbelief. Wait a minute. I'll go ask them. Then I'll call you. He hung up the phone with Lu Onping and went to ask his boss. Boss, didn't Sui Qinghong say that the Kevin in the car was fake? Lawyer Lu just called and said that the person who died in the car was indeed Kevin. An independent forensic doctor has already tested the DNA. The man's boss was also shocked and immediately said, no way. We were the ones who fell for it. How could it be true? Could it be that Sui Qinghong lied to us? The man said hesitantly. After all, between Sui Qinghong and Lu Onping, they trusted Lu Onping more. Lu Onping was an American. He had no interest or reason to lie to them. But Sui Qinghong might not be the same. He had been bribed. If he could betray his own country, what else couldn't he sell? It was also possible that he would betray them. In history, there were many double-faced spies, three-faced spies, and even five-faced spies. They looked at each other in the room and discussed in low voices for a while. They couldn't make up their minds, so they sent a message to their superior. The situation has changed. Kevin in the car is real. DNA verification, dead. As soon as the news was sent out, there was an uproar. Impossible. This was impossible. How could it be true? I clearly calculated it. Whether it's the Book of Changes or chaos mathematics, they both indicate that the Kevin in the car is 9,999% fake. The man who had been quietly playing with the weeds in the tea room began to cry hysterically. Following that, a series of crackling sounds came from the tea room, indicating that the people inside who had been quiet and calm were now in a mess. A middle-aged woman who looked like a servant quickly entered the tea room and comforted the person who had just lost control of his temper. How could it be true? This is impossible. We've obviously been tricked. The man said in a panic, constantly pulling at the weeds and looking at the divination he had set up. But the long and short divination were like a black and white yin and yang fish, constantly spinning in front of his eyes. It was dizzying and almost impossible to analyze. The man sat in the tea room from day to night, constantly playing with the weeds, using the Book of Changes to calculate the divination, then inputting it into chaos mathematics. Finally, he extracted data from the game and deduced and calculated without rest. It wasn't until the next day that the man murmured with red eyes. I still don't think Kevin is really dead. He's not dead, he shouldn't be dead. What did you calculate wrong? The middle-aged servant brought in a plate of clear chicken soup noodles and placed it on the small coffee table in the tea room. There were a few small mushrooms floating in the white bowl of noodles, green cabbage, and yellow chicken soup. It looked very nourishing and easy to digest. The man hadn't eaten anything for almost a day and night in the tea room. His stomach needed to rest before he could eat anything else. But he wasn't hungry at all. Instead, he was in a state of excitement. I don't believe it, I don't believe it at all. After saying this, the man seemed to pull himself together. Go and pass down my order. Get everyone in the Chinese government to move. We just need to investigate one thing. Kevin, did he die in that car? Okay, I'll go and give the order now. Eat this bowl of chicken soup noodles. Don't starve yourself, the middle-aged servant said politely. She knelt in front of the coffee table and bowed deeply, almost crawling on the teak floor. It was obvious that she worshipped the man in front of her like a god and trusted him wholeheartedly. After the middle-aged servant left, the man finished his noodles and planned to send his confidant to the independent forensic doctor to see the results. Yi Xinyan couldn't believe her eyes when she received the text. Kevin is dead. Really dead? How is that possible? She immediately dialed her superior's number and said excitedly, "Is there a mistake? How is that possible? Didn't you say you fell into a trap?" It wasn't Kevin who was taken away. The person on the other end had already calmed down and said calmly, "That's why I want you to go to the independent forensic doctor to see the results for yourself and talk to him to see if there's anything missing." At this time, only the people at the top still had a sliver of hope. Yi Xinyan also couldn't accept this result. Because she had absolute trust and admiration for her boss. How could that person have made a mistake? For the past 2 years, that person had been meticulous in his calculations. Everything he did, he would take one step at a time and then look at the next. She put down the phone, still in a daze. Do Ayan passed by her office door and saw her dazed expression. She asked curiously, "What's wrong? Richie? Did something happen?" Yi Xinyan composed herself and quickly gathered her thoughts. She smiled and said, "Nothing. Right, I'm going to a lab to see the results later. Do you want to come?" "Where are you going?" "I have a meeting in the afternoon." Do Ayan looked at her watch and said uncertainly. Yi Xinyan smiled. "Forget it then. I'll go myself." She stood up, packed her briefcase, put her laptop in it, and carried it out of the office. Do Ayan bit her lip as she watched her leave. She had a feeling that Yi Xinyan was hiding something from her. After some thought, Do Ayan rushed over, "Demon girl Yi, wait for me. I'll go with you." This is the first chapter for today, chapter 2147, I don't believe. Today, 10,000 words were delivered at the third watch. The second watch period was 1 in the afternoon, and the third watch period was 8 in the evening. Ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. PS. Thank you, Wu Ai Tang, for your 300,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to the Peninsula Princess for tipping me 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Genius 1 second. Remember site address. Mobile version, you're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.